Good morning, everybody. Buenos días. Bienvenidos, bienvenidas. Good morning, good to see here, everybody. Not yet everybody, but most of you. Bonjour, bonjour à toutes et à tous. Pour l'interprétation, vous avez les casques et le canal pour le français, c'est le canal 1. If you need interpretation during this session, you have the headphones on the table, and the channel for English is 2. The interpreters are here with us in the back. Good morning. Si necesitan interpretación al español, están los cascos. Y el canal para el español es el canal 3. ¿Sí? Good morning. It is so great to see you here after all these weeks of hard work online, after seeing each other in the webinars. I hope you all had a good travel and that you are settled in okay on our campus. It's a little cold. It's a little wet. There may even be a little bit of snow this afternoon. When we take the group picture, no. Let's see how that goes. But I hope you came with energy to start this face-to-face part of our academy. And I think we should start straight away. And for this opening session, we have here Mrs. Yukiko Arai, who is the Deputy Director of the ILO Department on Sectoral Policies, which is the department that is the motor behind the organization of this Rural Development Academy. She's also the interim director of the same department, so the person in charge. And I would give her straight away the floor for some opening remarks for this face-to-face segment of the Rural Development Academy. Yuki, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Linda. Good morning. Buenos días. Bonjour. Thanks to the interpreters, we can have this trilingual course, which is exciting. Welcome all to this course, the Rural Development Academy. I think this is the 5th edition, the first after the pandemic. Really an exciting opportunity that we're here together in this room. I think we have a lot of expertise, experience, knowledge. I trust that you have already enjoyed the online course that you had, where you had the opportunity to hear from the ILO experts, also to exchange views. But I think there is something really great about being in the same room. So we, the ILO team, also very excited to be here together with you, and we look forward to also learning from your experiences. I always think that those of you and those of us working at the front line are the game changers. I think we have the potential to really drive change at the country level. And it is really our hope that your learning and the network that you will construct will also help in driving that change, the transformation that we like to make at the country level. So looking forward, all of us, exciting week ahead. As you know, this edition of the Academy is about social justice. How can social justice can drive the change for resilient, inclusive, and productive rural development? I think it's a very timely topic as the world is facing multiple challenges, mutually reinforcing crises, geopolitical challenges included, climate change, which are exacerbating the divide between the higher and the lower income countries, the urban and rural divide, inequalities are widening, which are disproportionately affecting the rural areas, leading to an increased poverty and insecurity. We're also seeing a widening inequality around the world, but notably also in the rural areas. Still today, unfortunately, poverty remains large, and it is largely a rural phenomenon. Women and men in rural areas face serious decent work deficits, such as high levels of informality, limited access to basic services, social protection, we often see low productivity, lack of voice and representation. And often women, youth, migrant workers, and indigenous and tribal peoples are disproportionately affected. So for us, placing the decent work, decent jobs at the center of efforts to revitalize the rural economies and enhance their resilience is key to making rural areas not only more attractive place to work and live, but also catalyst for inclusive and sustainable development, leaving no one behind. And for the ILO, the promotion of decent work in rural economy and supporting the productive transformation of rural economies is a priority area of action. In a world that is rapidly becoming more unequal under the impact of crisis, as I mentioned, this requires reinforcing partnerships. In this respect, Decent Work for Equitable Food Systems Coalition, our new alliance with IFAD, CARE, and I know that the representatives are here in this room. Thank you very much for your presence. And together with ILO, IFAD, CARE, we'll be promoting decent work and productive employment with the aim of tackling poverty and inequality in the agri-food sector, while also promoting sustainable enterprises. Our Director General, Gilbert Umbo, is making social justice a priority issue on the global agenda, not only for the ILO. You may know that social justice is really at the core and the organizational mandate of the International Labour Organization. It stems from the 1944 Declaration of Philadelphia. You also know that ILO is a UN technical specialized agency, but our history goes back all the way to 1919. See? So our organizational mandate, as stipulated in the Declaration of Philadelphia, which states that lasting peace can be established only if it is based on social justice. So our Director General, DG Umbo, has proposed to establish a global coalition for social justice, which has actually been endorsed by the recent November governing body session, which has just finished. So what is it? It is really about partnership. The coalition will increase the multilateral cooperation and partnerships and play a key role in advocating for social justice. Decent work deficits are widening in many countries, as mentioned, fueling inequalities, undermining social cohesion and the foundation of peace and stability, and hence putting social justice under further strain. These growing inequalities are threatening the achievement of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We need to forge the partnerships at the global, regional, as well as the country levels to spearhead the needed change. Capacity development is an integral part of the ILO work in the rural economy, and in this respect, our collaboration with the International Training Center for Turin is vital. The first Rural Development Academy took place in 2015, and this fifth edition builds on all the knowledge that has been compiled and the expertise that has been gathered and also present in the room and acquired today in the previous events. In the last few weeks, you had the opportunity to participate in a series of webinars led by experts on a variety of key topics, ranging from rights at work, international labor standards. You know, we are normative organization, which means that our activities are rooted and stems from the international labor standards and in the form of convention and recommendations. So one on the formalization, on the recommendation 204, I'm sure you have also learned already, the formalization of the informal rural economies and the opportunities that technology offers to rural areas. So I'm pretty sure you've already learned about the international labor standards, but throughout the week, you'll be using them probably as instruments to see how we could further advance these topics. And I understand that you also have the e-learning course, and the current course, the edition includes new modules on informality, social protection, and women's empowerment, as well as on tourism, which has been put together with the UN WTO, the UN World Tourism Organization. So this face-to-face part of the Academy provides a great opportunity for learning and sharing experiences and approaches, and also very importantly, again, to develop their own networks amongst us, through getting to know the colleagues from all around the world. So I'm sure you will have an inspiring and enriching exchange amongst the participants gathered from around the world. Today we have an really impressive variety of backgrounds and experience in this room. We have about 90 participants who have traveled to Turin from 38 countries, including the ILO experts. I think we are more than 100. With excellent gender balance, 48 women and 41 men, with a wealth of knowledge and experiences on good and effective practices, but also challenges related to the promotion of more decent work and social justice in a variety of sectors and rural economy to be shared. Many of you are ILO tripartite constituents, meaning the governments, workers, and employers. We also have a variety of other categories of participants, from policymakers, practitioners, and academics. So this is really an exciting mix of participants. And alongside the participants, we have a dedicated group of resource persons, ILO experts, specialists from different units, from the headquarter technical department, as well as the field, and as well as our partner organizations who are committed to making this academy a real success. Just talking to a few of you, I already felt the high energies, the excitement that you are here, and also all the high potential for us to even elevate that energy to make the impact that we want at the country level, and doing that together. Before closing, I would particularly like to express our thanks to the international organizations and for partnering with the ILO in our daily work, as well as for this academy, the FAO, UNWTO, IFAD, and CARE International. For the sessions that follow, we will welcome two partners from the Decent Work for Equitable Food Systems Coalition, IFAD and CARE International. And we have also colleagues from the FAO and UNWTO leading several sessions this week. So welcome once again to this Rural Development Academy. I wish you all a fruitful and, very importantly, an enjoyable week ahead, filled with learning, exchanging ideas, inspiring each other, forging the needed network, a global coalition that we want, but anchored in the action at the country level, as well as we collectively strive towards achieving decent work for all in the rural economy. So thanks very much, and over to you, Linda.
Thank you so much, Yukiko Arai, Deputy Director of the Department for Sectoral Policies at the International Labour Organization. Thank you for joining us today. And the second welcome speech is by our director, the director of the International, it's this computer, right? Yeah. The director of the International Training Center of the ILO. So this training center here in Turin, and he has actually prepared a video message for you. Christophe Perrin, director of the ITC ILO.
As we convene for the 2023 Rural Development Academy, we stand at a pivotal juncture in the evolution of rural economies worldwide. Rural communities stand at the crossroads of diverse developmental trajectories. The agricultural sector grapples with the imperative to nourish a growing population, but at the same time, it needs to reinvent itself to embrace sustainable agricultural practices and climate-smart methodologies. Agri-food value chains are changing. Buyers of agricultural products are responding to environmental and human rights due diligence regulation in buyers' countries. Turning this trend into an opportunity for agricultural value chains to become more inclusive to rural laborers and smallholder farmers is a key challenge today. Too many rural enterprises and producers continue to suffer from low productivity and unstable incomes, no worsened by the impacts of climate change. Too many rural workers under poverty, informality, and poor working conditions. Women in rural areas remain constrained in their economic activities because of gender-based discrimination and social norms, disproportionate involvement in unpaid work, and unequal access to education, healthcare, property, and finance. The trajectory of rural development must be entrenched in principles of social inclusion, attuned to the ambitions of young women and men, and supported by innovation. Efforts to transform, interconnect, and diversify rural landscapes necessitate investments in human capital, technology, and infrastructural advancements. Throughout this academy, we will be talking about social justice for resilient, inclusive, and productive rural economies. This is very much in line with the vision of the ILO Director General, Mr. Gilbert Ongbo, to systematically integrate the ILO social justice agenda into all international, regional, and national policies and actions in order to fight growing economic disparities and inequalities. We are hoping for an active engagement from all of you as you bring so much experience from the different regions on strategies to work towards decent work in rural economies. We are very grateful for your active contributions during the online phase and your enthusiasm to share your tools and experiences during the knowledge fair and the different sessions this week. We are looking forward to a collective journey of ideation, collaboration, and sharing of ideas to steer rural development towards prosperity and decent work for women and men in rural economies. We are also hoping that you will enjoy your stay on our campus this week and that you will build a network of friends and colleagues that can help you in your future work. Once again, I wish you a nice learning experience. Thank you.
That was Mr. Christophe Perrin, Director of the International Training Center of the ILO. And Yukiko already mentioned who we are a little bit in this room. She said 48 women, 42 men, I think. But before we go to the next panel, I just wanted to ask you two questions so that we get a little bit of an overview of who this group is. So I have a few questions for you, and I would like to invite you to either go to take a mobile phone or use your computer. Then you will immediately need to connect to the Wi-Fi, right? Go to slido.com or use this QR code here. And then you will see this question popping up. And our question for you is, first of all, in what type of organization do you work? Is that in government, civil society, business, work as an employer, and I see my screen is not covering everything here. Yes. The QR code. Now, if you're not connected to the Wi-Fi yet, I think the information is there. Yes, thank you, Chandni. Are you managing? Connected to the Wi-Fi? Can you use the QR code at that distance? And I'm insisting a little bit because we're going to use these kind of tools quite a bit more over the next week. Yeah, yeah. All right. Thank you, yes. www.slido.com. There it is. And then it asks for a code, which is 115560. If you're doing it on the laptop, if you're using a smartphone, then the QR code is quickest. I'll change in a sec. Okay. So what we see is half of you from government agencies, huh? Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Labor, Ministry of Economy, Rural Development, Women's Affairs, half of you. A lot of people who identify themselves as others, workers and employers organizations, civil society, academia, and let me scroll down and see how many of you are from the private sector. Okay, 2%, yeah? So a very nice mix, yeah? I think the actual number of workers and employers representatives is a little bit higher, but maybe you're not all connected yet. But a beautiful mix to also discuss together here, huh? And look at the different perspectives on rural development from government, workers and employers, civil society, academia, private sector. That's great. I have another question for you. Where do you work? Is that in Africa, Asia and Pacific, Europe, Americas, Middle East? Is that working for you? Okay. Good to see. And I think this is more or less what we expected. So a very good group from Africa, huh? 40%. You're well represented here. Very good group, Latin America also, Caribbean, 23%. 18% from Europe. 16% from Asia and the Pacific. And I cannot see that. Let me scroll down here. But the Middle East is also definitely represented here in the room. 4%. Yeah? And no others. That's good. Yeah. All right. Thank you for responding to these questions. And great to see the regional balance also in this room. There's so much to share. And I hope there will also be some sharing between language groups during this week. That is what we are here for. So, let me now invite the speakers of the next panel, setting the stage. And I would like to invite here, in first instance, yes, here, Marianne Sportuni, head of the unit that deals with forestry, agriculture, construction, and tourism in the Department for Sectoral Policies at the ILO, Marianne. Yeah. Christine Campo, who is the Policy Director for Food and Nutrition Systems at CARE. Yeah? Anita Morim, the Head of Special and Emerging Partnerships at the ILO Partnerships Department, ILO headquarters. And Raoul Antaou, yes, good morning again, who is the youth team lead at IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development. Lovely to have you all here. And as Yukiko was saying, partnerships are very important in this area of rural development. And here we have some key agencies with us, and you're all working together somehow on this topic, including Anita Morim on the aspect of South-South cooperation, which you know is a very important aspect of this Rural Development Academy. So I would invite you all to speak a little bit on what you see at this moment in time as challenges and opportunities for social justice in resilient, inclusive, productive rural economies, and also how you see the importance of partnerships in this area. So, any particular order? Let's go from left to right then. No, you start.
That's right, I mean, she's cheating.
So, Marianne Gesfortini, Head of Agricultural Forestry, Tourism and Construction at ILO headquarters in Geneva. You have the floor.
Thank you, Linda. And you're cheating a little bit because this is right, so we're going from right to left. But yeah, no, it's my great pleasure to be here today in the 5th edition of the Rural Development Academy. I was here in the first one, and the last one, unfortunately, was virtual. And yeah, I mean, there is a unique energy from having face-to-face interactions. So I'm really super happy also to see people here that were also in the 2017 edition. But I would like also all of us that we are very happy to be here today in this beautiful city of Turin. But we are meeting basically in the middle of a lot of crises, geopolitical crisis, environmental crisis. We are meeting during difficult times, and basically rural areas are more affected than other parts in the world, and basically exposing the frailty of global food systems and decent work deficits. There is widespread informality, insecure forms of work, low levels of productivity, a lot of skills shortages and skills mismatches, lack of social protection, and a great deal of vulnerability to climate change among the key challenges. And that's why we've heard already today previous speakers talking about the importance of social justice is at the core of the strategic vision of our Director General, and it's an old notion, but it's more relevant than ever, the importance for social justice. And for this, we strongly believe that social dialogue, policy coordination is more important than ever. We are very happy to see so many of our tripartite constituents here being represented, because we believe that social dialogue is basically at the core of finding, solutions to current crisis. And in this respect, giving voice to workers and employers' organizations in rural areas is very, very important. So let me run a bit, give you some highlights of the ILO's work, of what we've been doing in the last couple of years, that it will sound familiar to many of you. And more we are getting involved in policy development in countries, and this means by policy development integrating principles of decent work, of decent jobs in rural development strategies, but also developing basically ensuring that actually rural aspects are included in employment and decent jobs policy. So it goes both ways, integrating employment in rural development strategies and making sure that rural areas are covered in the strategies on skills, on employment that the ILO is elaborating. And in this respect, I want to highlight, for example, the work we've done on Lao as part of the National Socio-Economic Development Plan, and we really integrated with the government, with the social partners, aspects of rural employment. We are also very much working with Namibia, and I think we have an important Namibian delegation here. We're working with the government, the social partners, but not only them. We are also working with the Central Bank of Namibia on supporting a rural development policy. So we are very happy. We are embarking with this work in Namibia these days, and we are happy to continue in the next biennium. Besides the policy work, we also work on targeted interventions, so specifically target certain commodities or certain rural sectors. And we are very proud of our work in Malawi that now it's been going on for several years. And we have a super important Malawian delegation here. And we've been supporting legislative amendments abolishing the tenancy system. We've provided basically technical assistance to improve working conditions and labor rights in the tobacco sector, and we are very proud of this project on tobacco because we are improving the working and living conditions of agricultural workers in that sector. We are also working, we've been very active in Colombia. It's been basically, star country for this biennium, for the ILO. We're super happy to have our Colombian delegation here from the government of Huila. And here we've done very interesting work on a competitiveness pact for the sector, un pacto de competitividad, to improve occupational safety and health and working conditions of coffee in Colombia. We've also been working a lot in Central and Eastern Europe on local economic partnerships, and we have a good delegation from Moldova that we've been working on that, on local economic partnerships in rural areas and also in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And on rural sectors, we've been working quite a bit on tourism, also with here with ILO ICT, particularly in Latin America, in Costa Rica, and Bolivia. And we've been supporting another important sector that is growing in importance in the world, which is aquaculture. And on that respect, we've been working on cooperatives, and we'll have, I think, today a session on that topic, very much linked to the rural economy. And basically, yes, so that's just to give you a flavor of our country work that you'll be discussing also these days. And now briefly on our knowledge tools that we've been developing this biennium, and probably our star product is some tripartite guidelines to improve decent work in the agro-food sector. And this is a super important policy document. It's been agreed on a tripartite basis. We believe it's a landmark agreement that will improve the livelihoods of over 1.3 billion workers. And I am very proud to be sitting next to the chairperson that I say that she gave birth to those guidelines. We have some tough meetings in the ILO. This was a tough one. And yeah, Christine Campo was the chairperson. And we managed to get this document agreed on a tripartite basis. And we are super happy, and we need to promote this document. We really need to implement it, because if everybody would do what's in this document, so 1.3 billion workers would be better off. So it's an important document. So another example of basically knowledge products includes work with FAO, with UNICEF, particularly on the forest sector. We have a forestry specialist very active on that domain. And that we are also in the process of revising a code of practice on occupational safety and health in the sector. We've also been working quite a bit on statistics on forestry, so there is quite a bit on that in our website, basically a new methodology of estimating the number of workers in the sector. And last but not least, and I think as our deputy director was mentioning, is that an important area of work for us is partnerships, to engage in partnerships with key international organizations. And on this respect, a major accomplishment is the Decent Work for Equitable Food Systems Coalition. And we have basically here our partner organizations with its IFAD and CARE. And basically the idea of the coalition is to build partnerships with government, employers, workers' organizations, civil society, with business and institutions, and basically and food systems communities. So we really hope that you will all here join this coalition. I think that a lot can be done for implementing it at country work. So I really hope that this becomes, an important part of the discussions in the coming days. So yeah, just to finish, that basically, I think that this Rural Academy provides a key opportunity for expanding knowledge and for expertise with a wide a range of partners. So I really think that we all have to make the best out of it. You have people from, well, it's been mentioned, from different organizations, civil society, etc. So there is no doubt it's going to be an excellent event, and yeah, look very much forward to this week. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Marianne Sportuni, Head of Agriculture, Forestry, Tourism and Construction, Sectoral Policies Department in Geneva. And let us listen then to Christine Campo, Policy Director at CARE for Food and Nutrition Systems. And as I understand, also heavily involved in the work at the ILO, working a lot with the ILO. And let me ask you the same question. What can you say about challenges, opportunities today for rural economies? What is the agency working on? What are CARE's contribution? And how do you look at partnerships? Thank you.
Thanks for the question, Linda, and for the support. Thanks, Mariangelis and Yukiko. Fellow classmates, when I received the invitation to speak with you today, I asked if I could stay for the whole week, and ILO accepted because I've already learned so much from you on the 2 weeks online that I'm happy that I get to spend the entire week with you here until Friday. As you know, despite feeding the world, food system workers regularly face high levels of working poverty, chronic food insecurity, lack of labor, social protection. Globally, 2/3 of the extreme poor work in agriculture. We have 70% of all child labor that happens in agriculture. Agriculture is one of the most arduous sectors, with millions of agriculture workers falling victim to fatal accidents, workplace injuries, poisoning by pesticide, and occupational health. We cannot build equitable livelihoods within this sector if we don't address these decent work deficiencies. I'm trying to make sure I speak slow enough for our interpreters, because usually I'm a very fast speaker, so I'm trying very hard today. We also know that economic growth alone is not enough to drive decent livelihoods for all. To be effective in reducing working poverty and food insecurity, we need to be inclusive and reach the poor through increased quality employment opportunities and higher incomes. And this requires action at all levels: global, regional, national, and local. So what are we doing about it? I work for an organization that's called CARE, and we're working to lift 175 million people out of poverty in more than 110 countries with 1,600 projects, and that's just in 2022 alone. For over 75 years, CARE has focused our efforts mostly on women and girls, because on that pathway out of poverty, women and girls start at a place further behind our male counterparts. We are partnering currently with the ILO and IFAD, as you would have heard from two of the former speakers, on the Decent Work for Equitable Food System Coalition. And we, as Mariangelis said, we invite you to join us. This is very much a global movement of the willing. And where did this come from? It wasn't just us three on this panel thinking like, let's start a coalition. It was actually the UN Food System Summit process that forced us to work together for 2 years. And that was an effort in in New York, by the highest level, the UN Secretary General. And he said the way that we can really achieve impact on the attainment of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, is if we look at food systems, because they tackle everything from the environment to consumption to production to resilience to the human, the worker. So let's spend 2 years looking at all these elements. And CARE was asked to chair the track on equitable food systems, advancing equitable livelihoods. And we thought, okay, but we're only one piece of the puzzle. So we worked very closely with IFAD and ILO on this 2-year journey, and we spent really 2 years hearing from hundreds of governments, thousands of civil society organizations and companies, and trying to collect everybody's ideas, understand the problems better, and to put that back out into the world. So it was really a public forum where people were saying exactly what we've heard in our 2 weeks together online. So here's some of the challenges, here's some of the solutions we would like to see, and speaking truth to power and continuing to recycle those really good ideas back out into the world. As a result, we accidentally created a massive coalition of the willing. So now IFAD, ILO, and CARE were like, oh, what do we do with all these great ideas and great people that still want to work together? And otherwise, it all feels like we're doing this alone, right? So we created what we called the Decent Work and Equitable Food Systems Coalition to bring people together and ideas together and keep that momentum high. So for IFAD, ILO, and CARE, and a lot of the partners in this organization, as I said, this isn't new work. We've been doing this already, but we haven't been doing it together. And our collective forces together allow us to get further together. So what have we been doing? We've been developing and implementing policies and interventions targeting food systems that integrate employment and labor issues. We've been supporting them in generating quality employment and entrepreneurship opportunities, especially for youth. And we've been facilitating a systems approach by linking different ministries. So we have ILO that talks a lot to the labor ministry. We have IFAD, which talks to the agriculture ministry. How do we make sure we have these whole of government conversations at country level to make sure that, and that civil society and companies and this whole tripart constituency is working together at national level to really have an impact on people's lives and livelihoods? And the coalition members, you've heard, you know, we're everything from governments and civil society and to corporates in this room. So we just share a lot of good practices. You have maybe within a government one technical officer that is supposed to be in charge of everything on equitable livelihoods, and they're like, I wonder what any other country is doing on this. So we provide a very safe space to share ideas and good practices. We provide technical support either from IFAD or ILO for other institutions where you may have a silly question that you just would love some advice on. And we help effectively implement decent work through concrete programs on the ground. And while all this momentum was building, ILO was brave enough, and I say brave enough because as Maria Angela said, in 2016, the negotiations totally failed. They were like, nobody likes looking at livelihoods in the agriculture sector. This is always the sector that we can leave behind. And they said, no, I think the time is right again. So in May, they asked me to chair the negotiations. And I know we've learned a lot about these ILO processes and products. We actually, in our first lesson together, which was on promoting fundamental principles and right to work in the rural economy, we had a snapshot of all the different conventions and all the different products that come out of ILO. And this was my first opportunity as chair to be leading a process like this. So I just wanted to give you a tiny snapshot of what all the work that goes into that. So we started off with 45 pages of the most high quality legal text that you could imagine. It was beautiful. Could we have left the room with just that? The 1.3 billion workers would be in a great place right now, but that's not the way life works. So we have the governments, we have the employers, and we have the workers, and we only had 1 week to negotiate. So you go line by line, 12 hours in 3 languages, really hearing from the governments, the employers, the worker, the government, the employer, the worker. Oh my God, let's go back again until we can finally reach consensus. And as we know, consensus matters because that's how you build ownership. So now, luckily, after a week at midnight on Friday, we finally reached consensus, and the world now has ILO policy guidelines for the promotion of decent work in the agri-food sector. And so for us, that is really, as the coalition, as we all come together, and you're welcome to join us, that is our marching orders. That is what we're bringing to countries and saying, governments, you agreed to this. Companies, you agreed to this. Workers, we've heard you. Unions, we've heard you. And how do we make this real in your countries? So I will end there, just again inviting you, if I'm going to be, you're stuck with me all week, so if you want any more information about how to be involved, Christine Campo, don't hesitate to come and speak to me.
Thank you so much,
Hello.
Christine Campo, Policy Director for Food and Nutrition Systems at CARE. And nice to see somebody from outside the ILO present ILO processes with such excitement. And then we worked until midnight. And lovely to have you with us here at the opening and during the whole week. Really a sign of great collaboration. Thank you. Let me give the floor then to Anita Amorim, who is the head of Special and Emerging Partnerships at the ILO's Partnerships Department at ILO headquarters. Anita will also be speaking with us this afternoon about that important element of South-South collaboration, South-South and triangular cooperation also. Many of you are actually here because you did an excellent paper on a South-South study, so you are South-South scholars. And Anita has been looking after that aspect, but also generally the preparation of this Rural Development Academy. So lovely to hear from you.
Gracias, Linda. ¿Es posible de hablar
Perfecto,
español, no?
mejor.
Sí, para una diversidad lingüística. Entonces, los que hablan español pueden sacar los micrófonos. Voy a hablar de pie porque prefiero estar de pie que sentada. Entonces, gracias primero a Linda, que es una gran compañera de trabajo y una gran amiga, y trabajamos juntas, creo, más de 10 años en la cooperación Sur-Sur. Gracias a Mary Angels, que me ha invitado a ayudar a esta academia, y gracias Yukiko, y también todos acá, FIDA, que trabaja con nosotros. Ahora estoy conociendo más el trabajo de Christine Campo y seguro va a ser una gran aliada. Se habló mucho de alianzas, yo creo que en la presentación inicial, la importancia, Christophe Perrin y Yukiko han hablado de la importancia de alianzas, lo que llamamos partnerships en inglés. Entonces, yo estoy en el departamento que cuida las alianzas, entonces creo que es muy importante, por eso estoy acá. Una de las razones es la importancia de alianzas en el mundo del desarrollo rural, pero también las alianzas sur-sur en el sur global. Voy a hablar más de eso con un PowerPoint específico en la tarde, entonces no voy a repetir excesivamente, pero creo que es muy importante pensar que muchas de las experiencias, como ha dado unas estadísticas, Christine, están en el sur global. Muchas de las soluciones quizás pueden venir del sur global. He trabajado también mucho con CIMEL y CIM, ¿no? En todo lo que es cooperativismo, economía social y solidaria. Entonces, muchas veces las respuestas solidarias están en el sur global, y la tendencia a veces que vemos en las organizaciones internacionales, en el mundo también tripartido, que usted ha mencionado muy bien, es esperar resultados o ayuda del norte. Eso no es malo, claro, porque ODA y las obligaciones, ¿no?, de ayuda internacional existen, pero muchas veces las soluciones están en compartir entre ustedes acá mismo las buenas prácticas sur-sur. Y sur-sur no es norte-sur, entonces es diferente. Hemos recibido de las personas que han recibido una beca sur-sur buenas prácticas. Tenemos 21, 22 por ahí, que han estado compartidas con todas, están también en el eCampus. Y yo pienso que son muy buenas y vale la pena leerlas. Entonces, desde cuestiones de refugiados, que por ejemplo Noja presentó, y cómo se puede ayudar las situaciones agrícolas hacia refugiados, que pensamos que no es posible, ¿no? Como en el caso de Turquía, Jordania, Líbano, Siria. Entonces, o sea, eso es en situaciones que llamamos de frágiles, de cooperación frágil a frágil, es posible también. Hemos recibido muchos de países de África Occidental, hemos recibido buenas prácticas también de América Latina y Caribe. No voy a mencionar ahora todas las prácticas porque tenemos un ejercicio específico sobre eso en la tarde, pero es decir que en el desarrollo rural hay también la posibilidad de cooperación entre los países del sur. Y también, porque siempre estamos esperando ayuda de los donantes, ¿no? Entonces, si no llamamos donantes, llamamos como socios para el desarrollo. Y ahí tenemos muchos países del sur que también a veces tienen fondos y posibilidades de ayudar. Por ejemplo, Brasil tiene un fondo para la cuestión de algodón. Sudáfrica tiene un fondo IBSA, India, Brasil, South Africa, que muchas veces también apoya a iniciativas rurales. India tiene un fondo de India, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces es solo para decir que a veces estamos pensando que solo todas las soluciones están en Europa. Eso no es decir que no es importante. Y justamente la cooperación sur-sur tiene dos tipos de cooperación, que es la sur-sur y la triangular. Y la sur-sur son los países del sur cooperando entre ellos. El triangular es cuando, por ejemplo, vamos a decir Holanda, ¿no? o Francia o Italia, está apoyando un proyecto sur-sur, pero que tiene, no sé cómo decir eso en español, demand driven, que está basado en la demanda del sur, no algo tipo, estamos sentados en Ginebra nosotras, un poco entediadas, decimos, ¿qué tal dar un poco de plata a esta gente? No, eso del budget que no sabemos cómo gastar, no, eso no es sur-sur evidentemente, pero vamos a decir, los países de Mercosur o del Pacto Andino están cooperando entre ellos en una cuestión de cooperativa de economía solidaria, y van a escuchar más ejemplos de ESIM porque ya tienen una clase, o cooperativismo, y luego dicen, sería bueno un apoyo de España, ya que ya estamos trabajando juntos, eso sí es triangular, sur-sur triangular, pero no es tipo que a un donante no sabe hacer con su plata y envía unos fondos, eso no es sur-sur evidentemente, entonces es muy importante. María José también tiene muchos ejemplos porque hemos trabajado en turismo rural sostenible y ahí hay muchos ejemplos también de cooperación sur-sur en las páginas que he compartido con ustedes en southpoint.net. Si hacen un Google pueden encontrar y hay una página específica para dentro de los espacios temáticos para desarrollo rural. Y ahí dentro tenemos todos los ejemplos de un montón de academias rurales, pero también de sostenible rurales y también las economías solidarias. Entonces creo que ahí ustedes tienen muchos ejemplos interesantes. Yo siempre me gusta un poco una cosa que vamos a entrar más tarde en ejemplos, que es lo que hacer, lo que no hacer. Tengo mi cheat notes acá en mi celular. Entonces, por ejemplo, cuando se hace, por ejemplo, la cooperación sur-sur, ¿qué sí se puede hacer? Entonces, por ejemplo, consulta de todas las partes interesadas. Eso sí se debería hacer, ¿no? A veces hay cooperación de OIT, tenemos que hacer un mea culpa, donde todas las partes no fueran consultadas. Eso es un problema. Yo diría que no se puede hacer. En el diseño de un proyecto, vamos a hacer un proyecto en el área de desarrollo rural. Todos socios tienen que tener su voz, ¿no? O sea, dar la voz al sur global es una preocupación que tenemos. A veces no tenemos, no damos visibilidad suficiente. Entonces eso es importante. Un proyecto en un país es un proyecto sur-sur. Un proyecto de Colombia para Colombia. No, es solo para Colombia, es un proyecto nacional. Entonces, si alguien, por ejemplo, yo digo, envía por favor una buena práctica sur-sur y me envía un proyecto de Colombia, eso no es sur-sur. Es muy interesante, puede ser un buen ejemplo para el futuro, pero no es sur-sur. Pero si es Colombia trabajando con Brasil, Paraguay, Uruguay, sí. Entonces, ese tipo de cosas sería importante también porque queremos ver si podemos hacer planes conjuntos. Si en el próximo bienio podemos trabajar más sistemáticamente, incluso con nuestra familia, ¿no? De FIDA, todo el sistema de Naciones Unidas. Y también, por ejemplo, tenemos esto, hacia hoy, yo tengo que decir la verdad, no he logrado que mis colegas abandonen la palabra donante. Es imposible. Yo he intentado. Hace 20 años creo que voy a desistir, porque no vale más la pena insistir. Porque en los documentos todos, incluso de OCDE, se dice no existen donantes, existen solo socios. Pero tenemos la carga tan grande, colonial, postcolonial, que vertical, que es el norte-sur, que la gente no logra abandonar este término. Pero al menos si logramos a pensar que fuera el norte-sur, existe también una dimensión. Por ejemplo, ahora hay el G20. La presidencia va a ser brasileña. La prioridad para Brasil, esta presidencia, es la cuestión de, por ejemplo, sur-sur y triangular. Ahí sí se puede, por ejemplo, traer todos esos buenos ejemplos de esta academia e enseñarles por qué no, ¿no? Entonces, eso es un ejemplo. BRICS también apoyan mucho en sus discusiones en el foro expandido la posibilidad de integración. Experiencias de África Occidental, experiencias de África francófona, experiencias de África lusófona, por ejemplo, en el terreno de economía social y solidaria se creó un grupo de países de lengua portuguesa de África que se llaman PALOPs. Bueno, esos son solo algunos ejemplos, vamos a hablar más en detalle en la tarde, pero quería ya abrir un poco las perspectivas de pensar no solo lo que pueden recibir desde hacia el norte, pero lo que pueden recibir entre ustedes, porque cuando vimos la distribución geográfica, la mayoría absoluta está en el sur global de esta academia. Entonces, yo diría que es una academia del sur global para el desarrollo sostenible. Eso no quiere decir que no necesitamos el apoyo técnico y hasta financiero de los países que pueden apoyar de esta manera, pero significa que también tenemos que tener control del desarrollo, ¿no? Y tener en nuestras manos el desarrollo y pensar qué podemos hacer con nuestros vecinos antes a veces de ir hacia allá, pedir ayuda para otros. Eso sería en un nutshell. Y más una vez, gracias y buena academia.
And we will also hear from you this afternoon. Anita will be here only today, and I would really recommend, if you are very interested in this work on South-South and triangular cooperation, get hold of her, because tomorrow she'll be back in ILO Geneva. Yeah? So let me introduce again, Rahul. Yeah, sorry about that. Let me introduce again Rahul Antau, who is leading the work on youth at IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, also part of this work that is going on together. And indeed, same question, how do you see challenges, opportunities? What is IFAD's contribution and what is your view on partnerships? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Linda. If you don't mind, even I'd like to stand and maybe walk around a bit. I just have so much social anxiety talking that I'm going to try and pull this off by just walking around and shaking it off. If that's okay. It helps a lot. It helps massively. And I'm also going to try and slow down for the interpreters because I fall into the same trap that Christine falls into. But I will try my best, and I'm really sorry in advance. So as much as my first panelist would completely disagree with me, I'm so happy that we started from the left to the right because we've already covered all the challenges that we've wanted to talk about. So rather than stressing a little bit more on the challenges, I wanted to come a little bit more to what is IFAD, what does it do, and how do we kind of tackle some of those challenges? Where are we going? And through that, somehow answering the question on partnerships as well. So firstly, is there anyone from IFAD in the room? No? Yes? There. Okay, good. Yes. So in case, I won't be here for the next couple of days, but you can talk to my colleague, and I'm sure she'll fill you in, hopefully, a little bit more in detail than what I can go through right now. So just as a brief background, IFAD started in the 1970s, late 1970s, as a result of the world food crisis, which was really led by the petro shock in oil markets, which increased prices of food, and eventually governments thought something needs to be done. So a lot of our investments were towards rural agricultural development. And in that space, we focused a lot on structural transformations. We really looked at how do we look at assets and sort of looking at subsistence agriculture to be more productive. I want to try and answer this question by also pointing out these three words on resilient, inclusive, and productive rural economies. So what do we mean when we are saying productive? What have we done in terms of IFAD? Essentially, we give loans to countries. These are our investments. And through these investments, we direct them into projects that tackle issues, specifically one on productivity, but then also on inclusiveness and resilience, which we'll come to. On productivity, we essentially look at three kind of key areas, if I had to distill it and simplify it. The first one is really on looking at how do we make sure productive resources and assets can be given in terms of rural development to end beneficiaries. So here's where we look more not just at quality of seeds and input supplies, but we also look at what kind of processing machineries need to be put in place, what kind of markets and access to markets, what kind of roads do we need to lay down, how do we best connect to markets to increase not just productivity, but also incomes for rural farmers. And so a lot of our work went on assets. A lot goes on skills development because, of course, with the advancement of new technology and the advancement of a lot of inputs, the idea is also to try and see how skills can be enhanced to increase productivity. But that said, there's a very important point that I feel like my previous speaker mentioned, Anita. It's about really looking at the strength and the potential of local capacities and trying to see how we can build on that or even learn from it sometimes. And nowhere can we learn from better than sometimes even indigenous peoples and how they sort of take care of their ecosystems. In fact, if you were to look at a map of biodiversity hotspots around the world, superimpose a map of indigenous peoples, you'd get a clear match. So there's clearly something that we can learn from indigenous peoples themselves, which comes to this point about inclusivity. And here's really where we at IFAD have adopted a very robust and strong targeting strategy, which is really premised on the principle of leave no one behind. And leaving no one behind essentially means that we have to take into account the various intersectionalities of people. Intersectionalities is another way of saying that different people have different needs. Sure, we can look at it as a very big divide between sex. Let's say males and females have different needs, they have different ambitions, and they probably need to be targeted with resources that, sorry, I'm slowing down, that basically respond to these needs. But at the same time, there are young people, there are younger youth, there are indigenous peoples, there are young girls who all have different needs. And so somehow, when we design a project, we need to make sure that our targeting well captures who exactly are we targeting and how best do we respond to their needs. Which comes to this question on inclusivity. How do we be really inclusive? Because if we adopt more tailored, one-size approaches, we might end up creating more inequalities and having more exclusion measures even in our projects. The third point is really on resilient, and it's needless to say that particularly in agriculture, adaptation tends to be one of the least funded areas when it comes to some of the climate finance. But here's where IFAD is really sort of excelling. We recognize that there is an urgent need to have more adaptation that's being put into our project interventions. While initially hesitant with most of our loans, we basically attached a grant program to most of our projects. It's called ASAP. It's the adaptation supported for agricultural projects. And essentially what we're doing is looking at how we can look at all our interventions and see how well they can respond to climate smart technologies and climate smart skills and interventions. So with this, we're also now starting to turn the needle a little bit more towards climate finance. And we're looking at different financial mechanisms. While traditionally, maybe we've been more donor dependent, as we've said before, we're now looking at more blended finance because we now see there's good merit in looking at sustainability bonds, at impact bonds, to try and see how we can fuse and mix not just ODA financing, but also looking at financing coming from the private sector. Very recently, we've also looked at how we can look at insurance companies and what their contribution can be. Or we're looking, and we've changed part of our project model to look at non-sovereign operations, which can really be looking on impact investment, particularly in companies where there's a clear impact being shown, whether it's through gender targets, whether it's through climate targets. So these are some of the interventions we are taking. And of course, resilience, I've just talked about climate. There's a lot more. There's resilience to economic shocks, resilience to political shocks, where we design projects really looking at the right side of our log frames on the assumptions. And what are we saying really? Because nothing has exposed us more to the importance of resilience than during COVID, where I think the shocks that really hit a lot of small-scale producers whether it's through some of the supply chains on particular commodities, or whether it's just through income channels, or whether it's just essentially about how do we store fish for longer. It's really about what do we need to do to reinforce, in some ways, those social protective measures and promotional measures. I think for us, social protection, as much as it falls within the ideas of safety nets, is also looking at how we can be more preventive and more promotional. So those are kind of the areas where IFA typically works. That's us in a nutshell. But of course, none of this would be possible without the one SDG that matters to all of us, and that's the last SDG, which is the question that you brought up, is on partnerships. I think it's become clear to us, perhaps there's one problem and challenge that we've not emphasized a lot. We keep saying food systems, but we don't realize that actually we tend to think more systematically and operate more systematically. And I think if we want to really encompass and embody the word food systems, we need to start putting a systems thinking hat on, which means that a lot of this is actually systemic, which means that partnerships are at the root of it. There's no way, we need to start working with chefs if we want to increase dietary diversity for certain consumers, which will then drive production. We need to start looking at the whole system as a whole, rather than just at individual units. It's not so much about how do we increase production on one side, but really it's about how do we do something on a whole other side that will increase productivity here. So it's really to embrace the notion and the idea of systemic working and playing at play. And then before I leave, I just want to say that we've already talked about the Decent Work Coalition, but this is a fantastic place, especially right here, where multiple stakeholders are coming together to answer a problem. It's not one agency or institution's mandate, but we all come around basically a collective ideology to see decent work and equitable livelihoods come into fruition. And it's something that, again, I will join the rest of the choir here to implore you to really consider coming on board and contribute as well as sort of exchange and take away. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Raul Antau, youth team lead at IFAT. Thank you for that. So thank you for speaking about these challenges, opportunities, all the work that is going on together, the South-South angle. I think that's really a good way of starting this academy. So I would like again to thank the speakers, Marie-Angels, Christine, Anita, Raul. Let me invite you to join the tables and speak a little bit about the program this week. Here we are. What's happening here? Ah, it is there. Yeah. So, the program this week, it's not new to you. You've received it on the email. We spoke about it during the online phase. And it's a pretty full program that we have ahead of us this week. I will not go through all of the sessions and everything that is there, but I will speak more about the practical aspects. And then I'll also invite my colleague, Maria Jose Mayo, to speak a little bit about the study visits on tomorrow. Yeah. So we start every day at 9, and we finish every day at 5. We would really like us to be out of this room at 5, also because there is so much to share within this group. No, it is not just a program, it is also all that knowledge sharing. And I hope after 5, you find some colleagues from different countries, you take a stroll in the park, or you gather wherever on campus and share your experiences. So we really want this program to finish at 5 every day. But then the other side of that coin, of course, also is that we hope you join us punctually for all the sessions, yeah? So 9 is 9 and we start at 9. We have coffee breaks at 10:30 and in the afternoon at 3:30. And all these coffee breaks are at the bar, at the Valentino bar. It's a little walk, but you have half an hour for the coffee break. We have an hour and 15 minutes for lunch, and lunch is served in our cafeteria. Yeah? Today, after the break, so at 11, we have a very nice session on the role of cooperatives and the social and solidarity economy in general to decent work in the rural economies. Yeah? That session will be led by Simel Esim, who is already there with us. Thank you so much for joining us, Simel Esim, head of the cooperative unit at ILO headquarters. That session is actually until 12:45, because at 12:45 we would like to take a group picture. Yeah? This afternoon is about South-South cooperation. There will be an introduction of South-South cooperation by Anita Amorim, and then there will be an opportunity to talk a little bit more about all these good practices that many of you have been writing. So this afternoon, after Anita's introduction and discussion on South-South cooperation, actually the English group will move to a different room. The French and the Spanish speakers will speak here. And there is that opportunity for those who have developed a paper, a short paper on a South-South practice, to share that with the others in those language groups. Yeah, so that's a nice interactive session. Am I forgetting something, Anita?
No, I just have a question. It would be nice to report back very briefly, no? Because we might not hear from them, or do we don't have time?
Let's see how we go for time.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Yeah.
Because then after that, and the last part of today is that rural knowledge fair with a global South-South approach. And many of you have responded to our invitation to make a contribution to the knowledge fair, which is different from those South-South papers. The knowledge fair is an opportunity for you to bring your experiences from the field, from your countries, from your institutions, your tools, and to do a brief presentation inviting all the other participants. Yeah? We're really happy that you have sent us the responses to that. And if you need help putting up the stands, printing some last materials, getting some information, we are here to help you. Chandni Lanfranchi is also here to help you. Chandni Lanfranchi is working here in the team at ITC ILO since 2 weeks, yeah? And Beatrice, who is at the secretariat there, can also help you with the printing. Yeah? That South-South Knowledge Fair will not be in this room today. It will be in the Europe Pavilion. Now, don't worry. We will get you there. Yeah? It will work. Yeah? I think you all have received a map of the campus, but we'll make sure you find the places. Now, as of tomorrow, every morning there is basically a masterclass on different topics. Tuesday afternoon there are study visits. There are 3 study visits, and we're coming to that right away. Wednesday and Thursday there are elective courses, 6 different elective courses with different language options. And as of tomorrow morning, you will be able... no, they're already here. As of today, you will be able to choose your elective courses. Yeah? We will be giving you all of the descriptions in the different languages. Yeah? So look at the descriptions this afternoon and choose your elective courses. You can participate in 1 course in the morning. So in the morning you can choose between sustainable supply chains, equitable food systems, and tourism. In the afternoon, skills and use, market systems development, rural employment monitoring for policy and programming. So you can choose one in the morning, one in the afternoon. One elective course is always in 3 languages, one elective course is in 2 languages, and the other elective course is also in the other 2 languages, yeah? But don't worry about that yet. Over lunch, we will print the elective course descriptions, and in the afternoon, you can make your choice there on the lists, yeah? Friday, there is a foresighting exercise that will be fun and useful, I hope. And here, Friday, there is also the second part of that knowledge fair. Yeah? So we have been in touch with you on that knowledge fair. Some of the stands are this afternoon, and some of the stands, and there's still, I think, even a few slots available for Friday afternoon. Friday afternoon, then we are finishing at around 3:30 here in this room with a closing. Yeah? And I think some of you already have to travel back on that Friday evening. So again, we won't make it too late. Now, before I hand over then to Maria Jose Mayo, also our colleague here at the ITC-ILO, to talk a little bit about the study visits, one practical point, and that is if you can please not use your mobile hotspots, because mobile hotspots interfere with interpretation, I am told. Yeah? So feel free to use the Wi-Fi. The code of the Wi-Fi is there. But those hotspots, they interfere here with the interpretation. So thank you for that. Yeah, and I think that is the agenda. So let us then move to the study visits. The descriptions are there. Now this is Italy. So first they explain what you're going to have for lunch, and then they explain what the visit is about. Yeah? Maria Jose can tell us more about it, please. And let me get you the slides here. This computer, right?
Sí.
Mm-hmm. Take the... This one?
Sí. This one.
Okay. Yeah, and the mic.
Muy bien, pues vamos a hacerlo en español para balancear un poquito. Así que, por favor, Channel 2. Ok. Muy bien, pues como ha dicho Linda, les voy a contar brevemente en qué consisten las visitas de estudio para que puedan elegir una. Como han visto, esta academia es una continua toma de decisiones. Tienen que elegir una electiva, tienen que elegir una visita de estudio. Entonces, mejor darles alguna información para que puedan elegir bien. Entonces, las visitas de estudio son mañana. Esto es la primera cosa, mañana martes, el 5. Y primero, brevemente, ¿por qué hacemos las visitas? ¿Por qué hacemos visitas en el territorio? Creemos que es un componente muy importante de la formación. En el aula van a encontrar a expertos, van a tener una red sur-sur, como Anita les ha dicho, para poder aprender otras experiencias. Han leído muchísimo módulos en el eCampus, pero están en Italia. Creemos que es importante que salgan de aquí, del aula, y que vean también el territorio, conozcan a las personas, los paisajes, las historias locales, las experiencias en el medio rural. Aquí estamos en Piemonte. Piemonte está en el norte de Italia, seguro que ya se han informado de esto. Es una región muy rica, muy industrializada. Saben que es la sede de la Fiat, ¿no? El grupo de automóviles, que es una marca muy famosa. Y bueno, tiene también industria, electrónica, textil. Pero también es un área muy, muy rica desde el punto de vista de la agricultura y de la agroindustria. Es un territorio bastante montañoso. Verán los días claros que tenemos montañas, los Alpes alrededor, pero también tiene colinas que producen mucha fruta, viñedos y llanuras donde se cultivan cereales. Por ejemplo, Piemonte es uno de los grandes productores de Italia de arroz. Entonces, nosotros les hemos propuesto 3 itinerarios, como ven, con colores, uno rojo, uno amarillo y uno azul, y cada uno de ustedes pues va a elegir el que más. En realidad, todas las experiencias tienen muchísimos elementos de interés, pero nosotros a efecto didáctico hemos resaltado algunos y hemos dado un título a nuestras visitas. Entonces, esta es la lección que tienen que hacer ustedes. Hay una visita amarilla que hemos llamado Agroindustria y Economía Circular. Otra visita roja, que se ocupa más de la producción sostenible de alimentos y con clave también de inclusión social. Y la visita azul, que está más centrada en el tema del turismo, cómo el turismo puede contribuir al desarrollo y ser una fuente también de diversificación de la economía rural. Hay una cosa importante en las visitas y es el tema del idioma. Obviamente las visitas son en italiano porque los protagonistas hablan italiano, nos acompañan nuestros intérpretes, gracias, siempre ahí. Y en algunas llevamos interpretación en los 3 idiomas, por ejemplo, la visita de la agroindustria, inglés, francés y español. La visita de la producción sostenible de alimentos lleva inglés, francés, y la visita del turismo rural lleva español, inglés. Entonces, esto es importante para ustedes a la hora de hacer la elección, obviamente. Muy bien, pues entro un poquito, no sé por qué no pasa. Ahí. Ya, Linda. Bueno, la visita amarilla, todas las visitas se componen de 2 experiencias. Una fundamentalmente también es porque tenemos que comer, en Piemonte se come muy bien, ya verán. Entonces hemos elegido pequeños agriturismos donde también hay una historia que contar. Entonces la primera visita, vamos lo primero a hacer un almuerzo en este agriturismo que se llama Fior di Campo. No sé si lo verán así nevado, porque hay previsiones de nieve en esta semana. Es una granja pequeña, 4 generaciones de una familia, donde fundamentalmente empezaron con cría de ganado, después pasaron a las frutas y a las hortalizas, y la última generación, la hija, renovó la granja y hizo un agriturismo. Entonces ahí hay un restaurante, también hay habitaciones, hay itinerarios turísticos. Es una experiencia de una familia, una economía rural, basada en la agricultura, que se abre al turismo. Después, no sé por qué no corre Linda, lo siento. Ahí. Vamos a ver esta realidad agroindustrial, Agroindustria Teco. Es una visita muy interesante porque es un ejemplo de una combinación entre agricultura e industria. Y sobre todo porque el propietario, el señor Teco, es un pionero de la economía circular, porque él emprendió esta actividad en el 1985, cuando no se hablaba todavía ni de economía circular, o no tanto, ni de soluciones basadas en la naturaleza. Y él partió de una máxima, decía, si en la naturaleza no hay desechos, no hay residuos, ¿por qué tiene que haberlos en la industria? Y lo que hace el señor Teco es utilizar los desechos de materias vegetales, por ejemplo, las mazorcas de maíz, los ollejos de las uvas, la cáscara de nueces, de avellanas, y las transforma en semielaborados que después son insumos en ciclos productivos de otros productos. Por ejemplo, se utilizan en industria farmacéutica, se utilizan en cosmética, se utilizan en alimentación humana, alimentación de animales. Es realmente una realidad muy interesante y, bueno, vamos a mostrársela. Entonces, esta es la visita, perdón, nos fuimos, la visita roja, que inicia aquí en el Fruto Permeso, que es un agriturismo, también una visita muy interesante, porque el Fruto Permeso, nosotros vamos a ver esta granja, pero en realidad eso es una cooperativa de 14 granjas que están unidas en un modelo cooperativo y que también en tiempos insospechados eligieron la producción orgánica, biológica. Empezaron a hacer cultivos orgánicos y biológicos cuando aún todavía esto no estaba tan de moda. Tienen fundamentalmente fruta y también cría de animales, de vacuno, y recuperan especies antiguas, autóctonas, por ejemplo, variedades de manzana que ya se habían perdido, son un presidio slow food. Y además son un modelo empresarial de éxito, porque ellos entendieron enseguida que había que transformar también para poder agregar valor al producto, y en lugar de tirar a la basura los excedentes de producción, lo que hicieron es transformarlos en zumos, en mermeladas, en compotas. Tienen tienda y también tienen canales de distribución en la ciudad. Inclusión social también, porque han integrado también entre los trabajadores, migrantes, refugiados, tienen toda una política también de inclusión de trabajadores en situaciones de vulnerabilidad. Muy bien, pues el Fruto Permeso se acompaña de esta otra experiencia que se llama Panacea Stupinigi Fértil. Esto es una experiencia de una cadena corta, una cadena de la harina y del pan. Entonces, ahí en esa cadena corta están asociados los productores de trigo, que también son varias granjas separadas, y un horno y unas panaderías. Entonces, ellos también lo que hacen es trabajar con los productores para seleccionar un trigo de bajo gluten, para rescatar también las variedades antiguas de trigo que se estaban perdiendo, y están asociados con el horno y las panaderías para crear un pan de bajo coste y de alta calidad. La panadería, además, tiene toda una política, es una cooperativa, se llama en Italia de tipo B, una cooperativa social. Entonces, los socios de la cooperativa son refugiados, fundamentalmente, o personas también en situaciones de desventaja social. Entonces, es también una experiencia, bueno, todas son muy interesantes. Aquí lo difícil va a ser elegir un itinerario. Y el último, el turístico, el azul, vamos a ir a la zona del Elangue, que la zona del Elangue, se han escuchado en Italia, es la zona del vino, el distrito vitivinícola. Además es Patrimonio de la Humanidad, desde el 2014 está en la lista. ¿Por qué? Patrimonio por el paisaje agrícola, por el paisaje vitivinícola. O sea, es una candidatura que se postuló justo donde la oferta era la agricultura, los paisajes que se crean con el cultivo del vino y la cultura del vino. Vamos a ver esta realidad, donde también se ve el tema generacional. El papá es el enólogo, cultiva el vino, hace el vino, tiene la bodega que visitaremos. La hija, Elisa, transformó una parte del caserío en un agriturismo de bastante calidad, con algunas habitaciones y con un restaurante donde vamos a comer. En el restaurante obviamente se come lo que se cultiva en la huerta y algún producto local si algo no tienen. Y es una experiencia también interesante porque en este lugar la verdad que la combinación turismo-agricultura ha sido muy exitosa. No está exenta de dificultades porque gobernar este fenómeno, piensen que es un territorio donde viven 400.000 personas y llegan un flujo de turistas de 1,5 millones de turistas al año. Entonces, eso también presenta algunos desafíos. En este lugar vamos a encontrar también al director de la Oficina de Turismo del Elangue, que nos va a hablar de políticas locales, de cómo se gobierna este fenómeno. Y terminamos aquí con esta Cascina Gabuti, que es otra pequeña granja donde los propietarios, Monia y Walter, hacen vino, cultivan uva, también avellanas. Este territorio es un gran productor de avellanas. Aquí en Lelangue está una fábrica muy importante, la Ferrero, que es la que hace los huevos Kinder, los Ferrero Rocher, y utilizan avellanas de todas partes, pero originalmente las avellanas de Lelangue son las originarias. Y bueno, pues estas son las tres visitas y ahora, como les decía, aquí lo difícil va a ser decidir dónde ir, porque las tres son muy interesantes. Mis compañeras están ahí y les van a apuntar en la lista y a colocar en el beige, ¿verdad, Cristiana? Un redondelito de un color según la visita a la que van para que mañana no tengan problemas. Unas cositas solamente, aquí están las visitas, ahora se las pongo. Nos vemos en la recepción, yo he puesto a las 10:50, terminaremos 10:30, Linda, pienso la sesión, un café rápido. Muy importante que estén todos, por favor, porque tenemos como una horita de viaje, 50, 40 minutos según los sitios. Por favor, el vestido y el calzado, que hace mucho frío, vístanse todo lo que puedan, no tacones, porque hay que caminar, no vamos a entrar en los campos porque es invierno, pero igualmente estamos en zonas rurales, entonces pónganse, por favor, un calzado comodísimo y lo más abrigados que puedan. Bueno, y aquí están las visitas para que echen una última ojeada y entonces, no sé, si pueden ir ya.
Perfecto.
Si tienen alguna duda, allí estamos, se la resolvemos. Y una última cosa, según la electiva que vayan a elegir, también tengan en cuenta pues, que puede ser interesante combinarla con una visita que sea más o menos en el tema, ¿no? Hay una electiva de turismo, pues hay una visita de turismo. Hagan lo que puedan, porque no es fácil. Muy bien, gracias.
Thank you very much, Maria José. Thank you for that explanation. And that brings me to the important point of presenting Christiana Actis. I think she has been in touch with all of you, yeah? So you know her already, you've seen her on the Zoom, but here she is, yeah? Oh, without her you wouldn't be here. So, yeah, Christiana, is taking charge of all the logistics of the academy. during the academy, you can find her either here in the room or just in the back here at the Secretariat of the Rural Development Academy, yeah? So any questions on the logistical side, she'll be there to help you. With the colleagues, Stefania and Beatrice, they are there, the three of them. And my first question, Christiana, what is the deadline for registering yourself for the study visits? Because we need to give the restaurants the numbers, right? Yeah, maybe today. So by the end of the day, make sure your name is on one of the sheets by the end of the day, yeah? All right. Thank you so much. We are a little bit over time. We are starting the session on social and solidarity economy cooperatives at 10 past 11. 10 past 11 here, yeah? So please be punctually here at 10 past 11. And we will accompany you to the coffee break, to the bar, yeah? See you at 10 past 11. Welcome back. And sorry that we are making a small change to the room arrangements. We just noticed that the Spanish speakers that we put here were actually the only ones who couldn't see the Spanish slides. So now we put Spanish here and at that table. And apologies for the English speakers who then need to move to another English-speaking table. This will be an English-speaking table. English speakers also here, welcome. Yeah? And the same here. The French speakers here could not see the French slides. So the French tables will now be here and here. Yeah? Disculpen por el cambio de organización, que ahora vamos a tener las mesas en español, aquí y allá, para que puedan ver las láminas. Désolé pour le changement ici, mais les francophones sont très bienvenus ici et aussi ici pour que vous puissiez regarder les diapositives. Sorry about that. Francophone ici, pour que vous puissiez voir les diapositives. On a changé un peu, oui. Ici, ça, c'est très bon.
Pour la français.
Ouais.
Singing tables, singing chairs.
Yes.
Are you on flats? Oh my God, you're so cute. Can I have like 2 centimeters?
All right.
Yeah.
All right, shall we start? Can you all find your tables? Can you all find your seats? Thank you for being back almost on time. And let us start. And let me present to you again Simel Esim, who is the head of the cooperatives unit at ILO headquarters, the unit that takes care of this very important mandate of the ILO to support cooperatives worldwide and the broader social and solidarity economy. And she is going to lead the next session on the role of cooperatives and the social and solidarity economy in promoting decent work in rural areas. She'll give an introduction, there will be some group work, some questions for you. It will be a very engaging session, I hope. And I'm giving the floor to Simel Esim.
Thank you, Linda. Can you hear me? Yeah, that's good? Okay, excellent. So I want to tell you about advancing decent work in the rural economy through rural areas, through the social and solidarity economy. How many of you have heard about the social and solidarity economy? Please raise your hands. Economía social y solidaria. Economía social solidaire. Muy bien. We have around 10 or so. I'm hoping at the end of this session we all know what it is. In fact, it is something we all know very well. It has gained momentum in the last 10 to 20 years. All these community-based, member-based, user-oriented initiatives, economic and social and environmental initiatives that are really important to the resilience of, especially in rural areas, but they are also very important as economic aggregators, both traditional, like harvest societies, but also more modern, like in the renewable energy realm, so, or credit and saving groups, etc. Why it has gained so much momentum in the last 2 decades is because around the crises, the financial crises, the COVID crisis, we have seen how when public sector couldn't really reach many of our rural areas, and private sector did not have that really mandate, community-based associations, organizations like cooperatives, like credit unions, like farmers associations came to the forefront, came to the rescue, and pooled their know-how and resources in being able to help their communities. At the International Labour Conference last year, we had a resolution on decent work and the social and solidarity economy, and it clearly indicated that this is an essential form of organization, of business clustering, grouping, that helps rural workers as well as producers access markets better, access financing better, be able to produce together, market together, but also buy inputs together. At the same time as the ILO was passing this resolution, the OECD passed one, exactly on the same topic. European Union passed a Europe-wide strategy on the social economy. African Union developed one. It's going to discuss it next year for adoption. And this year, the UN General Assembly has adopted in April a resolution. So there is a momentum. And how do we take advantage of this momentum? What do we do about this momentum in our work, in advancing this decent work in rural areas? The ILC discussion had a definition. It's the first tripartite definition of the social and solidarity economy. Because until now, 27 countries had passed policies on this, but Latin America has its own interpretation, Africa has its own interpretation, Europe definitely has its own interpretation. Asia doesn't quite know where it stands. Yes, we have cooperatives. Yes, we have social enterprises, self-help groups, but we don't see what's the value of putting all this together. The value of putting all this together is all these entities, when we have for them, we need a conducive environment. When they exist in their fragmented, separate silos, the kind of services we provide, the kind of policies we provide, the parts, the whole is not as big as the parts. So we are trying to put it together in a framework so we can really support these entities to become more active and to fulfill their potentials. They are definitely engaged in economic, social, environmental activities. These entities, they can operate across sectors of the economy. They have this collective interest in mind, this general interest. It's not just an individual interest. And they also aspire to long-term viability. There is a lot of SSE entities, social and solidarity economy entities, in the informal economy, in the rural economy. So it's clearly we need to increase their visibility and see how we can use them. For instance, in the supply chains, producers and workers in agriculture are not well organized, while the top of the chain is very well organized. These cooperatives, business associations, farmers associations are critical to improve the negotiation power in the supply chain with business, with public sector. So we are talking, what are the types? Cooperatives, associations, mutual societies, foundations, social enterprises, self-help groups, and there may be other entities. For instance, in countries with big indigenous populations, you may also have indigenous people's commons, how they manage the land. Could you throw some examples from your countries of these kind of entities? Do you have them in your countries? These are familiar to you. Please, Noha. You can use the mic. تفضلي. Did you push? Yes.
Yeah.
When it's red, it's working. Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. My name is Noha. I'm from Sudan. Actually, in my country, the context, even in Sudan and in Arab countries, the context is different. We don't say social and solidarity economy.
No.
But we say it in Arabic, even in English, in Jama'iyya.
Yeah.
Jama'iyat Tawniya.
Yeah. The collectives.
The collectives and also association, something like that.
Okay.
Thank
Great.
you.
Thank you. Any others from your countries? It doesn't have to be in agriculture. It can be in finance. Yes, please. Go ahead.
Hola, mi
Hola.
nombre es Laura Salas,
Laura.
Colombia. Represento a la Federación Nacional de Cafeteros y bueno, allá en nuestro país les llamamos asociaciones cafeteras y también están diferenciadas por enfoques o por grupos poblacionales como mujeres, indígenas. También pues nosotros tenemos la particularidad que hemos sido pues digamos un país en medio de un conflicto político interno. Y pues también hay asociaciones de víctimas y pues de reincorporados que eran los que pertenecían a los grupos ilegales armados. Y también hay la particularidad en nuestro territorio de que hay asociaciones que se han, digamos, creado por medio del proceso de paz entre víctimas y reincorporados.
Very, very important points. Thank you, Laura, that you're touching upon, and we will get to these very shortly, some of these examples. In crisis settings, in informal economy, in supply chains, in occupational safety and health, how we can activate the potential of these entities to serve their communities, but also to advance decent work in rural areas. These entities, of course, are just a list of, you may say, organizations, but what connects them together is that they often come from the need to help their communities, either it's in the indigenous or it is, people with disabilities, disadvantaged rural youth. Equality and fairness, we see a lot of, for instance, women's self-help groups and cooperatives coming together to be able to do their, to bring their value added to the markets through their collectives, through their cooperatives and associations. That they have this interdependence, that they are connected, that there is a solidarity element to it, that we are coming together to say, look, this is a common problem. We can't transport our goods. It's too expensive to get them to the market. So we can't individually afford to get them to the market. Let's pool and do it together. And there is a very important element, self-governance element. It's like practicing economic democracy because you're discussing and deciding and voting together, one member, one vote. So there's democratic participatory element to it. And of course, like any entity, any institution, you want it to be transparent and accountable. So as ILO, we are very much working on ensuring these entities are becoming more accountable to their members, to their communities. And the ILC definition, of course, emphasized the decent work and livelihoods aspect. All these are nice, of course, you may say, values, but then how do you operationalize them? So you need to operationalize them by people coming voluntarily together. We don't push as donors or as governments or as political parties. They may support, yes, but not interfere and not, impose and push. This is very important because there are experiences from different parts of the world, and I see some of you nodding, where we have seen these entities, because of their aggregation power, being used by political parties or governments or even donors. I mean, for instance, you may have donors that will say, we will give you microfinance, but you need to form a credit and saving group. Okay. Nice idea to aggregate, but do they know what it means to be in a group? How are they going to govern this group? How are they going to ensure ownership of this? And when the microfinance is gone, what happens to this group? So this kind of autonomy and independence is very important. And what they do with their monies. Let's say they are a group of young people, there's many of them, actually in Latin America, for instance, where they will come together in recycling, right? Recycling electronic waste. Great. You make some, you make some money from it, and then what do you do with your money? If you put it in fossil fuels, then that would be slightly, defeating the purpose, because you are trying to improve the environment. You're trying to limit the impact of these electronic waste on the environment. And then if you go and invest in something that is not good for the environment, then it defeats the purpose. So you need to really follow your purpose and principle in where your money goes. I want to just go through a few areas, how in employment generation, in social protection, we heard it this morning from Yuki, from Maria Angel, from Anita and Christina, how these different, we see the importance of these different areas in the rural economy: social protection, rights at work, equality, transition to formality, crisis prevention. I want to just go through them very quick, and let's see how these SSC entities, co-ops, associations manifest in these areas with examples, but you will have more examples afterwards. So, of course, when you're a co-op business association, you do create direct employment. It may not be huge direct employment, but because many of your members are often self-employed, by providing them these services, financial services, marketing services, business development services, etc., you are improving their livelihoods, and you are also creating, through these service providers, indirect employment. You also are, let's see what's there. Yeah, and actually this is a way to, as I mentioned earlier, improve their participation across the supply chain. In the case of social protection, of course, in rural areas, there's a huge social protection deficit, but these mutuals, associations, and financial cooperatives, credit unions, and their secondary and tertiary organizations, like their credit unions and federations, can be good aggregators that can then negotiate entry into the social security system, bring their members to their social security system, negotiate with the government to bring them. And in fact, we see this in many countries like Ghana, but also West Africa with the mutual association traditions. With respect to rights at work, I've been talking to some of the colleagues from Malawi here, so I want to just, reflect on two areas, child labor and occupational safety and health. Why I chose these two areas? Because these are two areas where in rural economy there's huge deficit, no? Especially in agriculture. We heard from Christina, 70% of child labor is in agriculture. So you really need institutions in rural areas, in agriculture, to help overcome these deficits. And cooperatives, business, from farmers associations, these financial cooperatives, etc., are sometimes some of the most prominent entities in the rural community. So how do we activate their potential as aggregators to be advocating, training their members, but also in their own operations, work toward elimination of child labor, but also improving occupational safety and health practices. Yes, these entities are there for improving economic livelihoods of their members, but they can also be good advocates for decent work promotion. On gender equality, of course, we see women as contributing family laborers, very much in agriculture. They are, in fact, sometimes majority workers in some regions in agriculture. But when we look at some of these organizations' leadership, we may not see so many women. So what happens, actually, one manifestation is we see women-only cooperatives or women-only self-help groups, and they will be often working in, value-added areas, like it will be drying the fish, or it will be handicrafts. So these entities can help create cluster for them, but still having 15, 20 members is still not enough to be able to negotiate in the market. So what you need is actually a secondary level entity of these. So if there is 10 of these women's organizations come with an online, let's say, app that can get their products to the market, or 15 of them can negotiate with the local government to get a space, permanent space for vending for their products in the markets. So we do see quite a bit of that. But as I said, in agricultural co-ops, we do need some creative thinking in ensuring young people and women are getting into the leadership positions. On formalization, I mentioned already social protection. That's one key form of formalization, of course, but also in terms of bargaining up the supply chain. I also mentioned that. And in the case of crisis prevention, what we are seeing, have you heard about the ILO's Prospects Partnerships? It's a program that works in Africa and Arab states. No? No prospects, yes. Which country are you from? Kenya, exactly. It works in Kenya. And one thing within this program is how can you improve the livelihoods of host communities and refugees together, that you are taking care of them together. And countries like Uganda, countries like Jordan, Turkey. These are countries, Colombia, that have received huge numbers of forcibly displaced people from neighboring countries. And while they have welcomed them, those host communities are stretched also. How do you use these localists? Because many of the refugees will work in the rural areas in the agriculture, and also in the, in the informal economy. So how do you use, again, these local social solidarity economy entities to help integrate the refugees, either as members, as workers, as in a joint project activities? This is also something that's happening a lot with prospects. In Italy, you heard actually Maria-Jose mentioned to you just now, you will go to one of your visits, is going to have a social co-op element. In Italy, social co-ops are helping, especially in disadvantaged rural areas, how to integrate youth into the job market, how to bring refugees also into to help them with the language, to help them find jobs, to help them be a part of the activity, so they have some hope and they are somehow integrated until such time that they have a way back home or move forward, So we see a lot of co-op activity in this refugee space. And refugees themselves, like in Italy, are setting up co-ops. African refugees have set up their trading co-ops and associations. And so there is a lot of good experiences there. I mentioned the importance of the online. A lot of these rural associations, co-ops are also setting up their online markets. Those of you from South Asia may know BRAC from Bangladesh. It has Arong. It's a big rural women and men handicraft online market. Beautifully done. SEWA, Self-Employed Women's Association, 1.8 million rural informal women members who are cooperative members. Their handicrafts on huge online platforms. I know India and Bangladesh, big numbers, but still, something that can be done to even jump. You're not looking at the local market or national market. With the online, you can jump to the international market. Of course, some facilitation is needed through projects, through government support, etc. But there are good experiences there. Environment, we want, of course, these cooperatives and rural associations or farmers associations, etc., to improve their practices, green their practices for their own benefits, drought-resistant crops, or watershed management, or using, I have some examples there, no? And then you want them to also mitigate. So this, like the renewable energy, integrating renewable energy into their. I will skip these. I talked about that. I'm done.
Thank you so much, Simel, for that introduction. Great. So, as mentioned, there's an introduction, and then there's some group work, some questions for you, and then a second part of Simel's presentation. Now, maybe some of you can help me. I have here some very short case studies. Here one for one French group, one French-speaking group, and here one for another French-speaking group. Yeah. Spanish, yeah, for table. Yeah. Yeah, one table, one table, one table. Yeah. English. So very short case studies from around the world of cooperatives or entities of the social and solidarity economy. And I would like you as a group to read the case study. And then as a group to answer the two questions that are there. Is that so? French, French? You're French here, yeah, enough. I should have 7 English tables. There's more here, huh? These also. See, Mel, there's a whole bunch more here. And 1 table, 1 stack. 1 table, 1 stack. And I have 8 copies per table. So if you're, yeah?
Linda, 1 paper in English, please.
Sorry, can you join an English-speaking group for the conversation also? Yeah? So for instance, that group there. Yeah? So read the case study, and as a group, look at the 2 questions that are down there. Can you form a table there, please, with the colleagues? There's more English speakers joining there. Thank you.
Which country is it? I don't think we have. You need to share with your colleague because otherwise I give you a different case, like España, but you need to be on the same case. Sorry.
So I think most of you have read the case study, and you have just 7 minutes to respond as a group, please, to these questions that are written on the case study and that are also written here. Yeah? Which decent work aspects and the SDGs does the entity in your case study contribute? And what could be possible challenges? So in 7 minutes, I'm going to go around the table and ask from some inputs.
That's true, it's a warm-up, exactly. Participants from our end participating, and they had some suggestions, ideas on how we can improve. So it would be nice because now we don't have Martin, but we have Carlos. So to also help him with the feedback in designing the next ones. That was one thing they wanted to talk about. And then this Bordeaux thing, you know, what you for this SSE Academy, you know, the French government, Bordeaux. They gave too little money, but I was coming in with Anita. She said she would be ready to support it. So maybe if we could look at the proposal. I know. Unfortunately, Tunisia, the situation there, so yeah, no. And I mean, yes, there's a project. Bordeaux is willing. We can still talk again with our Tunisia colleague and see. We have 2-3 projects. Because Bordeaux, oh yeah, they wanted, but Bordeaux is now the club, the kind of Francophone world club clustering place. Unfortunately, I mean, they are the ones hosting Global Social Economy Forum. They are also going to do the Syriac event. But I agree with you, let's think maybe get out of the Bordeaux thing and French thing and see if we can do it with Tunisia, because it would be less costly. The project could contribute. I don't know how much. There is more interest, yeah. And we did once in Morocco, I think, but we never did Tunisia, although we had the plans a number of times. Yeah. That's true. Have you been working with her? Have you worked recently with her? Yeah. That's true. They are good people there. There is a women co-op project, and there is also a youth SSE project.
Okay, maybe you can decide on who is going to speak on behalf of your group. All right, let us see what we find. And for your information, you all received a different case study from a different country and a different cooperative or entity of the SSE. And I'm going to start here in the back with this very active group here. And I'm going to ask you, what is your cooperative or your SSE entity contributing to? Can we have the attention to this group here? Yeah, take the mic. Yeah, or stand up if you can.
Okay. Oh my God. Okay. So the second one, I'll just speak something. Yeah, it's working. It's okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Rashmi, and we are here at the back, a very active table, so active group, here we call it ourselves. So we together we have figured out the answers for the first question, and our answer is SDG 4, so quality education. And oh, yes, of course. So we had a case about a cooperative model for education and community partnership in Spain. So this is particularly located in a Spanish Basque region, and this kind of a school, it's like a big cooperative, European cooperative. It has 6,000 teachers, and it's teaching 60,000 students. And it has an impact on about 40,000 families. So it's like a very big group. And very interesting point about this case study is this, that it is doing its work in cooperation with the families. So it's a education plus cooperation with the families. So this is how they are bringing an impact on the entire society and plus contributing towards the education sector. So for this particular case, we had a question: to which decent work aspects and SDGs does the cooperative, in this case study, contribute? So by a short description, which I just shared with you, you might have guessed. So it's related to the education, and it is also related to the partnerships. So that's why, although a lot of the during the discussions, we had a little bit of doubt that which SDGs could contribute in it, but we have selected the two prominent ones, and the two goals are number 4. This is SDG 4. It's related to the quality education, and the second one is SDG 17. This is related to the partnership for the goals. So in our case study, it's education and partnership with the society. So second one.
Thank you very much for answering that first question. Rashmi, thank you. Group, thank you. Let me move to a French-speaking table here. What are your findings? Who is speaking on behalf of the group here? C'est qui va présenter la réponse à la première question? Est-ce que vous pouvez expliquer une petite
Merci. Pour le cas des pays francophones, on a parlé de... Ah, d'accord. Inde et Razafdjianena de Madagascar. Voilà. Pour le cas des pays francophones, on a parlé, il y a un document sur la promotion de l'agriculture durable, le cas de Burkina Faso. il y a l'Union des Baoré, tradition d'épargne et de crédit qui existe en Burkina Faso. Et la question qui se pose, c'est quel aspect du travail décent et ODD, l'entité coopérative, entité de l'ESS dans cette étude de cas contribue-t-elle? Donc nous avons identifié, nous avons ressorti que dans ce cas, on parle surtout de l'emploi décent, la création d'emplois. Et pour l'ODD, nous avons identifié 6 ODD, oui, puisqu'on parle de l'ODD 2, éliminer la faim et aussi assurer la sécurité alimentaire, promotion de l'agriculture durable. ODD 6 qui parle de l'eau propre et assainissement. On a parlé aussi de l'ODD 8 en parlant de travail décent et croissance économique, puisqu'on parle de financement. Et on a retiré aussi l'ODD 13, action climatique, parce que dans le document, on parle surtout du développement agricole en parlant de l'environnement, la protection des sols, la pollution et aussi l'amélioration de la durabilité environnementale. Voilà. Donc, nous avons aussi identifié l'ODD 3 en parlant de bonne santé et bien-être, ODD 5, égalité des sexes, parce qu'on ne peut pas éliminer le volet genre. Et à la fin, partenariat pour les objectifs, parce que l'Union ne peut pas travailler seule sans la promotion de l'action au niveau tripartite, c'est-à-dire le gouvernement, l'association, les représentants des travailleurs et aussi le secteur privé. Voilà, je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Excellent travail. There was a group here. Who is speaking on behalf of this group? You have a case study from Japan. Are you speaking? Can you present yourself? And the gender balance is having a man speaking. You are being volunteered. Can you stand up, present yourself, quickly say what this case study is about and how it contributes?
All right, good morning. In fact, we are deliberating within our group, say we need a female representative to speak about the group. So they have volunteered me instead. So the case, yeah. All right, my name is Gracious Ndalama from Malawi. The case study is about the association that was created in 1970 in Japan, which is as a result of collaboration between housewives who were concerned by the spread of Minamata disease. So that's the case study, and from what we have gone through the study, we have tried to identify the sustainable development goals to which the work of this group contributes. The first one, we have identified that it contributes to Sustainable Development Goal number 8 on decent work. And also it contributes because it talks about climate change, so it contributes to Sustainable Development Goal number 13 on climate change. And also the nature of this group, it addresses the issue of poverty, so with that it contributes to SDG number 1. And also there is an element of health, which is Sustainable Development Goal number 8. As a result of these interventions and also looking at how the group has been described, we identified 1 or 2 areas which we think are some of the challenges. All right.
Thank you so much, Gracious. Thank you, group. Yeah, I have another French-speaking group here, right? You have a case of Ivory Coast. Can you stand up, present yourself?
Hello, good morning everyone. Bonjour à tout le monde. Hyacinthe Armel Dumba, depuis le Cameroun. Notre groupe a travaillé sur la coopérative agricole Kavikova du Haut-Sassandra en Côte d'Ivoire. C'est une coopérative qui travaille sur la commercialisation du café cacao et qui intervient dans la lutte contre le travail des enfants. qui contient en principe 5817 membres et qui a maximisé sur l'élimination du travail dur des enfants. À cet effet, notre question portait sur à quel aspect du travail décent et ODD l'entité dans cette étude de cas contribue-t-elle. Nous avons identifié 4. Il y a l'ODD 4 qui est l'éducation de qualité, l'ODD 8, le travail décent. Il y a également l'ODD 5 qui est santé et bien-être. Nous avons également l'ODD 17, le partenariat, donc vu que la coopérative travaille avec l'OIT dans cette figure de cas. Maintenant, en termes de défis...
Merci beaucoup. Merci au groupe. Group here, you have a case study from Malaysia, right? Malaysia, and are there, yes, please, can you stand up, present yourself?
Hello everyone, my name is Juliana. I'm from Indonesia, so my table is filled with, all of them are Indonesian people. And this, our case study is from the neighboring country, it's from Malaysia. So it's basically a community consisting of the indigenous people of Malaysia called the Orang Asli Jakun community, and it has a very thorough community development programs to ensure a quality education and livelihoods for its members. The programs include the vegetable farm, the main program. It is owned collectively by the members of this community, and it is trying to ensure that everyone can get something out of the programs, such as money from the wage, knowledge, and also get the food. And it focuses on environmental and economic sustainability. And the decent work aspect is job creation, because it's trying to ensure that everyone has an equal job opportunity. And the SDGs, we have agreed that it covers 10 out of the 17 SDGs. So SDG, I'll just mention the numbers. If SDG number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 12, and 13, 10 out of 17. And the challenge for this cooperative or this movement is to, okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Excellent. Excellent work. Let's listen to these experts here, huh? At this table. Who is your spokesperson, Raul?
There were so many women on the table that they decided, for gender balance sake, to have a man represent the experts. So we have a very interesting case study here. It's one from Malawi, and it's essentially around the commodity of coffee. And the history and background goes as such that apparently there was a parastatal organization run by the government, which was to look at sort of coffee stakeholders. But it failed really dramatically in 1999, and it took on a lot of debt. And as a result of that, a lot of the debt went forward to coffee holders and smallholders around the place. So a trust was established and formed with some of these cooperatives or these coffee producers to come together to sort of like look at their own social capital on how they can sort of manage coffee production, but also looking at accessing markets. What happened eventually is, together with international organizations, funding agencies, not donors, is that everything sort of changed for the better. And now this was a good example of community-driven development, of these cooperatives sort of taking charge of their own lives and managing to now establish a great bargaining power and have had their revenues increased by more than 70 to 80% in coffee production, which has really led to a big boom for them. And we don't come to the challenges. Should I talk about the first questions? Yeah, so the SDGs, very quickly. The first SDG, it really tackles the issue of poverty. SDG 2, we talked about agricultural production improving. SDG 8, we talked about decent work. And SDG 17, we thought this was the result of a lot of partnerships. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Raul. Perfect. Perfect. That was Malawi. And here you have La Argentina. ¿Quién habla?
Bueno, nosotros daremos la respuesta con equidad de género. Mi nombre es Erika Almario, de Colombia, y responderé junto a mi compañero JJ de Chile. Tenemos un caso de formalizar a los trabajadores de la economía informal en Argentina. Se trata de una cooperativa, El Amanecer de los Cartoneros, que busca formalizar a los trabajadores informales. Un movimiento de trabajadores excluidos en Buenos Aires que busca promover los derechos en el trabajo y el reconocimiento social. 3.400 cartoneros en grupos de 60 personas y tienen la posibilidad de vender lo que recolectan de manera individual, pero la cooperativa promueve la venta en grupo para tener mejores precios. Tenemos o analizamos en el grupo 9 objetivos de desarrollo sostenible, el 1, el 2, el 3, el 6, 8, 11, 13 y 15. Y le doy la palabra rápidamente a mi compañero JJ de Chile para la segunda.
¿Respondo los desafíos, Linda? Después.
Gracias. Thank you very much. Excellent presentation. The case study here is from Italy, right?
Thank you. My name is Felicia. I'm from Moldova. So the case that we're having is about a cooperative in Italy that provides social and educational services. It provides jobs to asylum seekers and refugees. In terms of the SDG, we think that it contributes to SDG number 8, decent work and economic growth. So we're not sure if, what are the living conditions or what is the salary included here. We think it also contributes to SDG number 5, gender equality, because it provides services to victims of sex trafficking. We think it contributes also to the SDG number 3, good health and well-being, because it provides mental health services. Also to SDG number 4, quality education. It says that the cooperative provides educational services, but it's not clear if it provides to the asylum seekers and refugees, but we think it contributes, to anyway to the SDG number 4. So kind of that's shortly.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So focused on refugees and Italy. I think we have not heard from this table here what your case study is from India. And what can you say about it?
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Abdul. I'm from Mozambique. I work for the ILO. So most of my colleagues here are from Mozambique. Aside of Francesco, of course. So we are working on the Yeshavini Cooperative Farmers Healthcare Scheme in India. So basically, it's a cooperative that it's a micro insurance initiative for India, providing health coverage for 2 million informal economy workers in the rural sector. So initially it was designed to cover 2 million people, but it started with 1.6 million people covered, and then it went to 2.2 million people in the second year, and then it dropped to 1.45 million in the third year after doubling the price, the collective contribution for each one for a year. And we identified the SDGs. SDG number 1, no poverty. SDG number 1, no poverty. SDG number 3, good health and well-being. SDG number 8, decent work. SDG number 9, industry and innovation. SDG number 10, reduce inequalities. And SDG number 17, partnerships and for the goals.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you. And there is one group, I think, that hasn't spoken yet, right? And that is a case study from México.
Gracias. Pues justo nosotros analizábamos el caso de la Unión de Comunidades Indígenas en México. Esta unión, USIRI, es una unión de 53 comunidades de etnias diferentes, de 3 etnias diferentes hablantes de lenguas indígenas de la zona de Oaxaca, y comentábamos justo, tiene ya más de 40 años quizá esta unión cooperativa que une sus esfuerzos para la producción de café orgánico. Ya es pionera justo con elementos de comercio justo. Hablamos que estos son de los elementos de los objetivos de desarrollo y que ha fomentado incluso la infraestructura para las comunidades, que son más de 5,000 familias, apoyando también en un fondo de solidaridad para cuestiones crediticias que va distribuida a estas mismas familias. Y también importante veíamos la protección ambiental a la que ellos han guardado referente a esta producción de café, y otra que veíamos muy clave es esta protección de la identidad cultural como comunidades indígenas.
Thank you so much. And you have a case study from Malaysia again, and who is presenting it? Yeah, do it.
Okay, good day. My name is Nomos. I'm from South Africa. Our group was looking at the case study in Malaysia, and this community was implementing the community development programs. Program number 1 is literacy. Program number 2 is housing. 3, safe drinking water. 4, income generating projects. All aimed at fostering sustainable livelihoods and environmental stewardship. In these programs, we identified more than 5 SDGs. The first SDG is SDG number 4, which is education, because the community was looking at empowering the members of the community with a literacy program. SDG 11, which is sustainable communities, when they are doing the housing project, that speaks to SDG 11. And the one that speaks to SDG 6 is safe drinking water. And the other one which speaks to SDG 11, it's sustainable, it's sustainable livelihoods. And the last one is SDG 11 and 13, environmental, life, and climate action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So we've heard poverty, we've heard health, we've heard education, we've heard employment, we've heard refugees, we've heard indigenous groups, we've heard women's empowerment, yeah? Entities of the social solidarity economy that contributes to a whole lot of goals there. Huh? Now, the second question was about what challenges do they face? And we're going to do this a little bit different. I'm not going to give necessarily all the tables the floor, because I'm going to give it, we're starting here with challenges. Listen well, because you cannot mention the same challenge. I only want to hear new things as I move through the room, yeah? So challenges, 1 or 2 challenges that your entity is facing here.
We talked about the different possible governance in this type of SEE, community-supported agriculture, but one might be also the governance commitment of the time of people to support the community.
Thank you very much. So the governance of the entity and the commitment of the people towards governance and time commitment. Challenges.
I'll just add some here. So we talk about, for example, the fact of that there wasn't diversification. So, for example, 80% was linked to the coffee. We also mentioned South-South cooperation, for example. If everything is done, in this case Malawi, how would they do more partnerships? We also talked about empowerment of youth, fundamental principles and rights at work, and child labor. Anything else? And also gender.
Okay, so challenges relating to lack of diversification, fundamental principles and rights at work, and sharing South-South cooperation with other countries. What other challenges can you mention here?
So for us, the challenges would be SDG 4, quality education. The one challenge would be to also monitor the real quality of the education. The second one would be also the sustainability of the quality education towards this whole mass. And the third would also be the lack of support which students might get from the parents, so from the supply side.
Okay, thank you so much. What challenges can you add here? Los desafíos que no han sido mencionados.
Sí, sí. Hola, mi nombre es Juan José, de Chile. Y uno de los desafíos que hablamos es de la sostenibilidad de la cooperativa, que este era un caso de cooperativa de trabajo de recicladores. Y hay un tema importante de la sostenibilidad, que los socios de la cooperativa y socias no se vayan de la cooperativa si es que tienen un mayor precio por los productos, etcétera, porque tienen que ver el valor de lo unido, no solamente de lo económico, sino también de lo social. Y eso es súper importante para su sostenibilidad en el tiempo.
Thank you. So the sustainability of the entity itself. ¿Qué pueden añadir aquí?
Sí, en el caso de México, lo que encontramos como desafío es que en algún momento van a llegar a un límite en el acceso de nuevas tecnologías para hacer más competitivo el producto que ellos ofrecen. Asimismo, la posibilidad de acceder a nuevos créditos para poder obtener ese tipo de tecnología.
Tecnología, innovación, crédito. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez dire que nous, de nouveau?
Moi, c'est Justin Mirembe. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Alors, dans le cas de notre coopérative, nous avons compris quel est le défi et la diminution de la production, parce que les jeunes étaient concernés par le travail au champ et consort. Alors, une fois qu'il y a eu un nombre de 1800 enfants qui a été retiré du travail, donc ça veut dire qu'il y a eu diminution de la main-d'œuvre et diminution de la production. Mais aussi, s'il faut parler de la coopération sud-sud, dans des pays spécifiques comme la République démocratique du Congo, une fois qu'il y a des jeunes, des enfants qui n'ont pas de travail, souvent, ils intègrent les groupes armés. Alors, dans notre cas, il y a eu 1800 enfants qui ont été retirés, je dirais, du travail des enfants. Il n'y a que 100 qui ont eu la formation. Donc, il y a 1700 qui sont restés, je dirais, sans emploi, sans occupation. Et alors, dans ces cas, il y a souvent beaucoup de dégâts qui est d'intérêt. Merci.
Thank you very much. So, yeah, challenges related to employment and productivity there. What challenges have not been mentioned yet?
Thank you. The ones that are not mentioned for our group, it's actually indicated there, are dropouts due to the difficulty keeping up with the group and its routines. We also have building self-reliance, as well as reducing dependency on subsidies. Thank you.
Yeah. So financial challenges, but also challenges related to what they're trying to achieve. Any challenges that have not been mentioned yet?
Yes, we identified at least one that wasn't mentioned. It's a cashless system, so it needs to have some investment in terms of infrastructure in the hospitals that are covering this system, and also some investment in the locals where the beneficiaries are located. Another thing that was not mentioned is that we had some issues with the. We identified some issues with the market analysis, because when they changed the premium, when they doubled the premium, they dropped in terms of beneficiaries for HAL.
Thank you. Investment, market analysis, anything that has not been mentioned and that you can extract from saying? Yeah? Yeah, something that has not been mentioned?
Yeah, because our case study
we are looking at the declining populations that will also affect the labor force in future. At the same time, sustainability of most of the activities, because there will be no people to work for. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, demographic issues, sustainability, anything that has not been mentioned, and that yes?
Bonjour tout le monde, je suis Khadija Emhouch du Maroc. Je représente le ministère de l'Agriculture, de la Pêche maritime, du Développement durable et des eaux et forêts en relation avec les défis de notre cas d'étude. En plus de la diversification des activités et la prise en compte des aspects environnementaux, on a le problème de l'accès au financement, le risque des catastrophes naturelles et assurer la sécurité de l'activité dans les zones rurales. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, there is something the table here can add from the Malaysia case study. Please.
To encourage the people to be independent and creating cooperative, maybe for social economy increase.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Yeah, the need to encourage people to actually join in, right? Yeah. Okay. Now, Simil, you've been listening here to these stories, but also to the challenges. And I think you are very familiar with the challenges that entities in the social and solidarity economy are facing, cooperatives are facing, and you've also done a lot of work over the years to try to address these challenges and build the capacities. So I think back to you and to tell us a little bit about that work and those tools, maybe.
Excellent. Thank you. Am I? Yeah?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Okay, good. I just want to reflect a few minutes on the challenges you brought up. Of course, most of the challenges you brought up were internal to the organization. And that's, of course, fine because that was what you were given. But there are also very many external challenges that may exist. For instance, the policy environment may be such that there is no comprehensive framework, social and solidarity economy policy in the country. Or it may exist, but it's not really being fully implemented. You may have a low co-op policy, but it's old. It doesn't allow, for instance, agricultural cooperatives to do trade, to export. So there is such challenges. Another one is SSE entities may be under one ministry, like agriculture, but then their operations may be in another sector, which is not necessarily covered by the Ministry of Agriculture, even though it may be in rural areas. So then you have to really think about the coordination between the ministries, key stakeholders, and the, social dialogue elements definitely come into play here. Looking into some of the internal challenges you mentioned. On governance issues, there is constant need of refreshers on how to govern because, generations change. You may have a consumer co-op or a housing co-op or an education co-op that's 20 years old. There's a new generation of leadership there. So you really need to do refreshers. And you need to do also outreach to bring young people and new ideas in. And this also addresses some of those new people, young generation coming in, can also come with new ideas of how to use technology, integrate into online marketing, digitalization. With respect to the waste pickers example, and for many informal workers, cooperatives and SSE entities, the challenge is you have multiple intersecting levels of disadvantage. So you really need an incubator. And even when we talk about regular social SMEs, micro, small, medium enterprises, we talked about business incubators. And it is important when these social and solidarity economy entities are about bringing in people disadvantaged with people with multiple disadvantages, accompaniment is very important. In the case of, for instance, Colombia, the partnership with the local government in Medellin, local government in Bogota was very important for these cartoneros, for these catadores. And they, you know, how do you integrate them into the supply chain? As providers, as workers, they have their, you know, uniforms, gloves, masks, ergonomic wheelbarrow. So this kind of partnership that dignifies their work, but also ensures that they are recognized as part of the recycling chain. They're contributing maybe 70, 80% of the recycling of these, you know, local areas, especially for rural areas, small municipalities. They really can provide the critical services, so their recognition in the supply chain. And accompaniment by either a bigger cooperative movement, like Confcoop of Colombia, you need the movement helping them with their legal questions, with their, you know, taxation questions, etc. You need this kind of, or university could be, you know, centers. I mean, again, I'm just thinking Colombia because you had the example. You have your cooperative universities. They can be your also service providers, your allies. With respect to governance issues, yeah, I think those were it. I'll actually touch upon some of these in the tools, as Linda said, because I know you need to go get a photo. All right. What is this? Am I doing it right? No, I'm doing it wrong. I'm going backward. Okay. We go forward. Yes. So I mentioned to you in the beginning that we have, the ILO had the International Labor Conference, a resolution and tripartite definition, right? You remember earlier. And so when you have these nice resolutions, they shouldn't stay on paper, so you need to do an action plan around them, like any of our, you know, strategies. So we did a 7-year action plan and strategy. We are in the first year. One element is, of course, research. What do we mean by research? In specific supply chains, how are these entities doing? How can their contributions be improved? What is the challenges to their market access? So these kind of diagnostics. Another one at a higher level is, okay, there's this nice international definition. Okay, it is based on the laws, the 27 plus laws and policies that are out there. But then how do we translate it back to the local context? Because this is a territorial, local issue, no? These entities are very much from the grassroots. So how does this international definition, how do these values translate back to Indonesia? How do they translate back to Malawi? So we need to have this kind of, again, tripartite dialogue around what does this mean for us? Yes, this value, maybe not so much this one. We, you know, yes, these principles apply, but we need to probably change our legislation for it to be, you know, better harmonized, etc. So we are doing this in 6 Asia, 6 Africa countries. Let me know if you would like to know which countries and how we can collaborate. Happy to elaborate. Improved statistics. We talked about statistics earlier. We don't know. We said SDG 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 16, 17. But we actually don't have very good establishment surveys where we know the contribution of co-ops in terms of employment, in terms of GDP contribution, in terms of what is it that they are doing for food security or youth employment or women empowerment. So we need better harmonized statistics. We have gotten international guidelines on this, and we are now working on testing and implementing these. And we are also, from the International Conference of Labor Statisticians just last month, we got another green light, okay, go ahead and do guidelines on SSC statistics. So we will be working with your countries, with your national statistic offices and related entities to move this forward. standards are very important. It's not just about we collect apples and kiwis and bananas and then what? We are not really comparing the same thing. So this is to overcome that challenge. Of course, a lot of knowledge management is needed, translation, multimedia, social media, so you know about the tools, we know about your work, etc. A lot of, for instance, African co-ops follow our social media, and we follow them. So when we know there's something going on, we connect. So it's important that you also follow us on Twitter, and we can also follow you back and connect that way. This is now one way we connect. Policy development. On co-op policy, ILO has an international labor standard, a recommendation, 193. You can look at your national laws and policies and look at this recommendation and see how you can improve. 117 countries have done it. This year, we just finished supporting Vietnam in revising theirs. Jordan was last year, Sri Lanka was the year before, and Dominica will be next year. So this is, and on the social and solidarity economy policy, Tunisia, South Africa, we are supporting the development of these policies, implementation. In Tunisia, for instance, the implementation is how do we get rural disadvantaged youth to be financed and their social solidarity economy initiatives can be brought to the market. This is an EU-funded program, and it's actually a very interesting program, so we are applying it now to women as well in these rural communities. So this experience can be interesting for Morocco, for Sudan, across Africa and Asia and the Americas. Lots of also, of course, capacitation. But one thing is one of the issues you brought up was financing. How do you finance the social? And so do financial institutions know about the social economy? So in this Tunisia program, the social fund of Tunisia is being introduced with these young people with their SSE initiatives. So there is a financing stream being established for them. Policy coherence, we work a lot at the international level. There is a UN task force on the social and solidarity economy with agencies from around the world, including your regional, like ECLAC and ESCWA and ECA and so on. We also work with COPAC, which is another committee on the promotion and advancement of cooperatives, again, an interagency one. Some agencies that should be there aren't there, so it's important also to keep, keep getting the word out, and because those interagency platforms help us not duplicate and coordinate response and learn from each other so we can do it better. And yeah, those are some of the key areas. I mentioned to you this recommendation. We have, for instance, there's a lot of tools out there for credit unions and saving associations, etc., primary level. But when they form their unions and federations, they have a lot of challenges in terms of being good advocates for their members with the policy realm and providing services for their members. So we have targeted this mid-level of secondary, tertiary organizations of rural and financial cooperatives and credit unions. We've done Ghana and Nepal. This is a recent tool. So, and Malawi we talked about, but we haven't yet gone ahead. This is a very easy, you know how you were just doing working groups now? You just have a case study and you read and you discuss among yourself. This is a family of tools that's very much about doing that. You can just do it in your own. I see you nodding. Have you used them? Vous avez utilisé? Ah oui? Ah, okay, super. So there are people who have used these tools. Like Think Co-op is about orienting your It could be a group of young people. It could be a group of women. It could be informal workers, or people with disabilities and association, and they are looking into how they can organize their economic activities. You can do this one-day orientation to see if this is a way forward for them. If this is something that as informal drivers or as delivery workers or as handicrafts producers, they find this a way forward for them. If they decide this is a good way forward, then this is to roll up their sleeves and set something up. It's available in 12 languages: Espanol, English, Portuguese, Francais, Indonesian Bahasa, Romanian. So the last adaptation was with our colleagues from Sector, who are the hosts and the organizers of this academy, and it was the adaptation of these tools to aquaculture sector. It's in Spanish only at this moment, but it will go into other. There is a crisis adaptation. There is also adaptation for the care sector. Managed co-op is kind of, once you have set these up, but you're facing some of these challenges you brought up, like in terms of financial sustainability, in terms of business market growth strategies, in terms of governance, leadership. So this is actually, you can do it modular. You just want to do something on governance leadership. You're having issues with time management or including members, getting members more active. You can use this one. Or you have some conflict resolution issues you're not able to overcome. You could do a couple of these modules. So this is just been tested in East Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, but it's starting to now roll out into different languages as well. My co-op is that's been around for 10 years. There is an ongoing online training course for this with ITC Turin. Every year, ITC Turin does an online course. If you're interested, keep an eye on it. We can also share, we announce it and disseminate the news that is coming up. So there is 23 country adaptations and maybe another 15, 16 languages, 1 week training with 4 modules. And it's really a good way for existing agricultural cooperatives that have become a little tired to start waking up. It's a wake-up course. A lot of you mentioned, some of your case studies also were about child labor. This is a tool for farmers associations, producers groups, also for agricultural cooperatives to educate themselves about what it means, child labor, how it applies to us, how can we improve our practices in our own operations, in our members' operations, but also if we are strong, like Ethiopian Oromia Coffee Co-op Federation, huge, they are like 70% of Ethiopia's coffee, they are responsible for it, for exporting it. These guys have power in the supply chain. They can call shots, they can improve up, they can influence up the chain. So these are, these secondary, tertiary levels are also very important. Occupational safety and health. This is our latest tool. It's only in Arabic. English, French, Spanish are coming up. Same group, agricultural co-op, producer organization, farmer association. How can they improve the OSH? Gracious for your project. This is a nice one. So we have done a testing of it in Jordan, but it is, as I said, the other language versions are getting their final clearance before they get their wings and fly. This is something to help self-help groups develop projects so they can get financing, funding. It's a step-by-step tool for them to develop their project, develop projects, but also kind of think about monitoring, implementation. I know you will have a monitoring and evaluation type elective here, but for these entities, you can help them learn so they can do the quality control. One of the issues you brought up was, how do we know this is quality education, quality services? This is kind of a way to help them with monitoring and evaluation. Oh, this is Linda's baby. It's a global awareness raising tool on the social and solidarity economy and the SDGs. It's very easy to do. English, French, Spanish, it's available, your 3 languages. But Linda and I just got 8 more languages. Portuguese, Arabic, Russian, Wolof, Yoruba, Swahili. Turkish and Korean as well. I think that's it.
Thank you so much, Simel, for taking us through all these approaches for the strengthening of cooperatives and the strengthening of the our environment in which they operate, all these tools. Now, I think Simel is going to be with us today still, over lunch, coffee break. So, if you have questions for her, I see you, Noha. She is here still today, so make use of it. We will also make sure that the slides with all that information, they are on the electronic campus that you know already, We'll put some links to the tools, like that awareness raising package. Make sure that you have everything, So, no rounds of questions at this point, but she is here. And thank you very much for taking us through all of that content. Thank you so much. Okay, now the doors are already opened for the group picture, but a few things before we go to the group picture. 1, the deadline for inscription for the study visit has been forwarded to before lunch break. So also for the newcomers in the room, thank you so much for joining us here. There are study visit inscription sheets there, and you are invited to choose a study visit. Please do it before lunch. So we're going to the group picture, and then you have a moment to inscribe yourself there and put the right color on your badge here. Okay. Second thing, we are very happy that you have volunteered to exhibit, to talk at the Knowledge Fair. And we have a list of people who are going to take the lead today. 8 knowledge stands today in 2 rounds. And Channi here would very much like to see, just for a minute, after the picture, those who are doing a knowledge stand today. And
Thanks, Linda, and good afternoon, everyone. I love being the person speaking just before lunch. It makes me maybe the most popular person at the moment. So I'll just try to be as quick as possible. For round 1, I'd like to see the colleagues that will be presenting. Sonia from Mozambique, Juan José from Fundación COP EUCH Construyendo Emprendimientos Cooperativos, Anila Kopali, please, and also the team from Indonesia. If you would be so kind to reach out to Beatrice and I for round 1. People in round 2, just look for us during the coffee break. Cleges, colleagues from Burkina Faso, Tassere, Afande, Paulo Cosa, Isabel, again, Mozambique team, and Maria Karina Calderon Rodriguez. If you would be so kind to reach out to Beatrice and I, we would be willing and happy to support you in setting up your stand for round 2 during the Knowledge Fair. Thanks, Linda.
Fantastic. Thank you. So I think we're set, and we go for a group picture. And then
I know.
the study visit. Welcome back. I hope lunch was okay. Yeah, and it's good to see you all back here. Well, on time. Thank you for that. Let us continue. And this afternoon is really a lot about South-South cooperation. But before we delve into that, I wanted to let you know that we have here on your tables the descriptions of the different elective courses. Yeah? You find them in French, in Spanish, in English on your tables. Now, as you can see on the agenda, there are 6 elective courses, 3 in the morning and 3 in the afternoon. Yeah? So you can choose 2 courses. You can choose 1 course in the morning, 1 out of 3, and you can choose 1 course in the afternoon, 1 out of 3. Once you have made up your minds which elective course you want to participate in, the boards are there, yeah? So there you find the inscription lists for the elective courses. So make sure that you choose 1 morning course, 1 afternoon course, and keep an eye on languages, yeah? All elective courses are in English, 2 are in French, 2 are in Spanish, both in the morning and in the afternoon. Are we good on the elective courses? Yeah? So if you feel really strongly that you want to participate in a certain elective course, make sure you are on that list, because there is indeed a maximum number of participants per elective course. All right. With that information then, let us continue and let us go into that topic of South-South and triangular cooperation. I have here with me Anita Amorim, again. You already met her during the opening. She's the head of Special and Emerging Partnerships at the ILO. And we have online with us Anastasia Pavlova, Development Cooperation Officer at ILO headquarters, and working with Anita Amorim. And jointly, they will do an introduction on this topic of South-South cooperation. Then afterwards, this session is also the session where those who have prepared a paper, a South-South experience, will be invited to present that. But that comes later after the initial
coffee, right?
presentation. Yeah? So with those words, let me hand over to Anita Amorim.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. You can all hear me well? So with big thanks to Linda for the emergency translations last night, because I sent her my PowerPoint last night. It was a little bit unfair. Let's continue a bit what we started this morning. I was speaking in Spanish, now I'm speaking in English. Later on, I will speak in French as well, because we have a group work. And then I'll pass on to my colleague, Anastasia Pavlova. Thanks so much for joining online. She will present a module, so you have to pay attention later on to the screen. But right now, I'm just going to go a little bit on the concepts of South-South cooperation linked to rural development. So some of the concepts that I presented this morning is what is South-South, and she was going to show it in a more interactive way. The partnerships between equals, solidarity, mutual benefit, non-conditionality, demand-driven, among some of them. As you know, sometimes in development cooperation, there seems to be not a level playing field. So the whole idea here is to have this, non-conditionality, mutual benefit aspect really highlighted. And this can be seen if, like the presentation and the exercises we did on the session on CIMEL-ESIM with cooperatives and social and solidarity economy. Some of the principles are the same. Solidarity is one of them, the first principle. why it's important and why do we have, for example, this request for your good practices? Because it should be evidence-based, based on the practices you have and did you have with other countries. And also because many times some things are adaptable to other countries on the Global South. So you have something very concrete on rural development in Malawi. It maybe can be adapted to another country in Africa or even in the Americas. So that is an important. Not replicated, that's very important. Not duplication, but adaptability. And also because often we want to have joint actions. So often at the end of these academies, we have a kind of, this compilation of good practices that we shared with all of you, but also some ways forward, So I think you have lots of exercises, group work. We're going to continue today with a fishbowl, but maybe during the whole academy, if you have some concrete proposals, please present to Linda and all the ITC Turin team and everybody who came from Geneva, from Sector, and others, because we have a new biennial coming, so we can try to team up partnerships, funding or non-funding, sometimes, and try to do some joint actions together. So we mentioned this already about the triangular, the South-South, and the support from the Northern partner in the triangular. Nancy will go more in detail, so I'm not going to mention this now. But these are things that sometimes generate some confusion, because it's a little bit different than a trilateral or agreement between countries of the South. That would not be the same as if you have a country of the North. These submodalities, I also leave it to Nancy, but I just wanted to point out something that came out of the group works and exercises, that fragility is often something that is overlooked. So sometimes you have compound fragility. Imagine something during the COVID crisis, so that you already have the context of fragility there. During a typhoon, or a cyclone or something. So you have the climate crisis there. And at the midst of a war, so another crisis there. So often we're dealing with compound crises when we're dealing with South-South. And this might call for South-South solutions. Sometimes you need bigger efforts and the entire resource mobilization of all partners from North and South, funding partners. But you can find a lot of solutions within your own region or sub-region. I skipped one part, I think, by mistake. This thing got stuck. Oh, okay. So, for example, some of the modalities that we have, and so if you think about, let's say, a project, if you're working with ILO colleagues already on the ground, I noticed there's big teams that already work with the ILO. Maybe you think about, building alliances and partnerships. We have this kind of LinkedIn groups or Facebook group or already a network that you're creating, coalitions. So try to keep on working that way. In the space that I think Nancy will show after her presentation, you will see that you can actually link up with each other through Facebook. You can go to the chat also of our meeting point. So there's also the idea that it's not just a one thing, that we have fun here together, right? We go to Italy, but or you go to your study tours that seem very, very exciting, but that you also build on this partnership and continue working together. Well, the actors involved, of course, the tripartite partners for ILO, but also academia and other constituents. We have also some, governance structures that give us some mandate also in South-South. So we have BAPA plus 4. Who knows what BAPA is? Non-ILO. You see, anybody from the ILO that knows what BAPA is? Maria Angels? No test. So it's a Buenos Aires plan of action that adopted in 78 the first South-South plan that we called at the time TCDC, Technical Cooperation for Development, Technical Cooperation between Developing Countries. And plus 40, so 2019, very recent, was the adoption of what we call the BAPA plus 40. So it was actually plus 41. But that's where all the countries, some of the tripartite constituents were also there, said,
okay, let's go back to the drawing board. 40 years ago, we said we had to work together, and we didn't do that great job, so let's go back to that, you know. So it's a the post-colonial era that lasted, you know, lots of 40 years. So somehow it was felt that let's go back to that, and let's add some dimensions, including crisis, including fragility, including city-to-city cooperation, local economic development, and also decent work, very critical. So it's there in the International Declaration. The role of the ILO. This is, I think it serves for everything, not only South-South, right? We bring the tripartite constituents together. We have a facilitating role. We should not be like the driver's seat. You know, it should be the constituents. You should be the driver's seat. We are just there to give some guidance in case we have some knowledge, or comparing knowledge of other partners, or facilitating trainings like what Linda and Maria Jose do so nicely. That is the ILO role. So we also follow up on some of the guidance from international labor standards, so on and so forth. But I think the very important thing is that you feel empowered, that you are in the driver's seat. Some of the topics, I'm not going to go through them. And this is the famous meeting point. I think Nancy will give the chance to show you actually how it works. And here are some of the good practices that were sent to us. I selected 10 out of the 23. Doesn't mean that the others are not good, huh? But these were easy for me to give examples. So for example, Cameroon, Ghana, Nigeria, sustainable enterprises and cooperatives. So that was very clearly, I think, I don't know who wrote that practices here. Hand up. Yes. So thank you very much. You will be able to be in the English group and explain that practice. I will be with the French and Spanish, but it's very concrete, and it's a very good example of South-South cooperation. Burkina Faso, Niger, recovery and fertilization of soils. Who wrote that one? Burkina Faso, Niger. Somebody hiding here, but there was... Who? Wait, Burkina Faso. Right. So thank you very much. Yes, you are hiding here. There was also Kenya and Somalia, cross-border livestock trade. Tunisia, Comoros, waste management. All of these are topics which are relevant for rural development. There was also one that is typical triangular cooperation, because Panama, Haiti, Honduras, Spain on consumption and patterns. Zambia, Zimbabwe on youth community programs, Santé, and Morocco, here, Senegal, Mali, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Somalia, cross-border livestock trade. There's one that I didn't put here, but is a very good practice from NOAA. Where is NOAA? Yes, on refugees, and I think the agricultural development cooperatives between refugees, so I think that's a very good one. South Africa, Mozambique, small farmers and food production. India, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, even put etc. because there were so many. And Switzerland, so typical triangular cooperation on cotton production. And there was one from, I think, ILO colleague on Western Balkans and local employment partnerships. So ILO colleague from Albania. Don't know if you are here right now. Yes, so thank you. There are some that I did not include because it was cooperation between Italy and Germany, for example. That is not South-South, right? That is North-South. There was North-North, yes, North-North. There was also cooperation between Albania and Italy. That's also kind of North-North, North-South, let's say, but it's definitely not South-South. But it's still in the compilation because it's an interesting example, so we're not going to exclude from you to know what happens in Italy, what happens in Germany. But what we were looking for is to highlight where there was a cooperation between countries of the South. These are 11, actually, because I didn't put the numbering correctly. I did that a little bit hastily. I think that's it, no? Do I have something else? I don't manage to go. This got stuck, so I don't know if... Well, any case, it doesn't matter. I think that we can stop here. So just to say that these are just like a appetizer, as they call it in Italy, the apericena is the appetizer before the cena, because we'll hear from
Nancy, a little bit more on the methodologies and the sites that you can go into. And when we have, after a coffee break, I think, right, the fishbowl, we'll go more in details into these practices and why we consider them interesting from a triangular cooperation perspective. We'll explain the exercise a bit later. So over to you, Nancy. Thanks for patiently waiting for us.
Thank you for a very interesting introduction, Anita, and very patient one. And good afternoon, colleagues. Very nice to see you. Let me, without make a long story short, and then we'll share my screen with you, showing you what I want to describe today. Here on your screen, you can see the e-course, Agenda 2030, the United Nations Reform and Decent Work with the South-South approach. This is a quite comprehensive and huge course, which I strongly recommend you to get acquainted with and pass through. It consists of 6 modules. But of course, we unfortunately were limited in time, so we will not go through all of them. Today, we will concentrate on Module 4, South-South and Triangular Cooperation, and the 2030 Agenda. To get you acquainted more with the definitions, tools, and different modalities, as Anita already mentioned. So the ILO is committed to the promotion of South-South and Triangular Cooperation, recognizing it as a key way to promote decent work for all. SSTC is also strategic mechanisms for promoting mutually beneficial learning and cooperation in support of 2030 Agenda. As Anita already mentioned, SSTC divides into two main modalities. First is South-South cooperation, which is 2 countries or more from Global South, mutually collaborating, mutually learning, and cooperating effectively to achieve their goals or answer the challenges. There exists also the second modality, which calls triangular cooperation, when to our base of 2 countries from Global South added the country from Global North, like from traditional partners like G7 countries, for example, or EU or others. Also, this is important to mention that the term South doesn't refer exactly to the countries from South. It's not about geographical position, but it's also referring to all developing countries or least developed countries as well. Here, for example, you can see what is the Global South and the map showing the divided of the countries. Actually, this map consists one mistake because the country named Russia should be also colored into red as a country from the Global South. But there is not only modalities, there is, as Anita already mentioned, there exist also sub-modalities in terms of cooperating. Now we are referring geographically how we work between regions. And here you can see the following sub-modalities, which is regional cooperation. And here we can, for example, for regional cooperation was a very interesting example of Ivan Centenio. I hope I pronounced it right. It was the Estrategia de Consumo Solidario para el Desarrollo Rural in Latin America. And it was very interesting for region of Latin America. So I'm absolutely sure that, my apologies, that during the Rural Academy you will have a chance to exchange your good practices and your experience, and then to establish new effective collaborations. But there is also exist sub-regional cooperation, which countries from the same sub-region, and for this was also a very interesting initiative, enhancing livestock trade border cooperation between Kenya and Somalia. Was very interesting to read about this. Can be more global thing. It's an interregional submodality. For this, I would like to mention one not a good practice provided by you, but also from our experience from past biennium. It was a very big BRICS knowledge series on transition to formal economy. It was in e-format for 6 weeks and was followed by many participants at the same time. Also can be city-to-city cooperation. This is a not very often submodality, I must confess, but also very effective. For example, we had Maputo roadmap, whereas Maputo, Porto Alegre, and Durban for local economies, which can be very good aligned to rural issues, were established. Also exists fragile to fragile cooperation, which Anita also mentioned. It was a Somali Disaster Management Agency, federal government of Somalia. Was a very interesting project. It has all the potential to involve more countries from Global South and to join this initiative. And also, last but not least, it's cooperation among small island developing states. So this is can be illustrated with our project peer-to-peer learning seminar on just transition and climate resilience in Samoa. It took place in past biennium, but also was very, very interesting. Here you can see on your screen the principles of South-South and triangular cooperation. First of all, we should mention that South-South and triangular cooperation is based on solidarity among equals and the positive effects of similarity context among the actors. Context can be different in terms of it can be geographical, cultural, economic, political, social, no matter, but the similar challenges and experience make the country's best practices highly adaptable to another countries from the South. As Anita already mentioned, just a small reminder that in 1978 in Buenos Aires, for the first time was adopted BAPA, Buenos Aires Plan of Action, by the countries of Global South. In 2016, countries resubmitted their principles and adopted final documents, which we call BAPA plus 40, and it's one of the main documents for us to operate in the context of SSTC. You can also, as I mentioned, you will get the link to this model, and I strongly recommend you to to read this and additional information about this moment. So this is now about college time. Unfortunately, I'm not with you in Turin, but maybe Anita can vocalize the combination between this. Anita, can I ask you for help?
Yes. So
perfect. So you can ask people in the auditorium and send to me the information. Okay, let's start from cooperation between Haiti, Samoa, and East Timor. Where we should put this?
Yeah, so any suggestions, if this is regional, sub-regional, interregional, city to city? Anybody would like to take a risk and say something? Be brave.
Yeah, hands up.
Yes, go ahead. Use the microphone so that she can hear. Press the little button so it gets red. Yeah.
Cooperation between Haiti, Samoa, and East Timor, I think it is fragile to fragile cooperation.
Okay, let's try. Next one will be cooperation between
First, bravo, well done. Where's the applause?
For the brave. Okay, next one is cooperation between members of the Andean community. Any volunteers?
Maybe the Latinos from the Americas, Andean community. Would that be sub-regional, regional, interregional, etc., etc.? Un volontario o voluntaria de America Latina. Well, can be from any other country as well. It's just because it's Comunidad Andina.
Cooperación regional?
Regional, you said?
Can? What? Sub?
Okay, let's try. Perfect. Next one is cooperation between Maputo, Durban, and Porto Alegre. That's
just one comment here. So on this Andean community, it could be regional, could also be sub-regional because it's a sub-region. But anyway, yes, go back.
Okay.
So Maputo, Durban, and Porto Alegre. These are not countries, they are? Okay, everybody's screaming city to city.
Perfect. I can hear you. Next one will be cooperation between Costa Rica and Malaysia. Also, I think not difficult.
These are two countries from different regions, right?
Right.
There's some interregional that's being said.
Yes, I heard someone heard it says interregional. Perfect. Okay, cooperation among Latin American and Caribbean countries. I know we have participants from Latin America.
No, these are
I
the
encourage
ones.
you to participate.
They said regional, in case you didn't hear.
Regional, perfecto. And we have cooperation between Sierra Leone and Somalia, and except cooperation among small island developing states. Does
Yeah,
anyone want to
fragile.
say anything?
So people are saying fragile to fragile.
Exactly, because Haiti, Samoa, and East Timor will be obviously small developed as. Okay, let's see. How did we do? Perfect.
Yes, and
You
just to
did
say
all
that, of course, the
correct.
other one was not incorrect, but some are,
But we
too,
fix
yeah,
it and all together.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Over to you.
Applause.
Applause.
And next, our chapter will be step-by-step SASAF and triangle cooperation. So here we will see like this. SSTC is established by demand-driven principle. That means that actor from the country from South identifies for themselves the need to find a solution to a specific challenge and propose cooperation to other actors from Global South. Here you can see the list of actors with whom we cooperate, the key players in SASAF and triangular cooperation. As Anita already mentioned, it can be governments, social partners, of course, definitely our constituents, but there's also not limited to them, and you can see the long list of this, of our participants. What is also important to mention that we don't have, especially in SSTC modalities, we don't have donors and beneficiaries. We have partners, and we call all the participants of this process only partners in this. So let's have a look at key steps for successful SASAF cooperation, which is namely 5 of them. First one will be definition of needs and inclusion of actors. The list of actors you already have seen on your screen, and you identify the main keys, describe problem, identify partners, and find resources. This is milestones for you to start the process. The second step will be development of the project, which includes development of the strategy of the project, linking the design to decent work agenda, to decent work country plan program, possibly to Agenda 2030, and proceed with the roadmap to start the project. The third one will be implementation, which is as per my vision, one of the most important things which is mentioned here, that the projects must be adaptable and flexible, because we all just faced 3 years ago, we faced the situation, the whole world faced the situation where we had to adapt super quickly. And of course, I'm talking about COVID-19, which made us all change all the plans absolutely like the last minute. The fourth step is monitoring and evaluation, which is important to mention. Of course, we know that monitoring and evaluation is critically important for all projects, no matter is it north-south or south-south. But it's important to remember that the monitoring and evaluation challenges in south-south project are different from the north-south, and you should keep that in mind while you're proceeding this. And last but not least, the step number 5, it's knowledge management and information management, including the sharing of, sorry, I have here echo myself. Can you? Yes, thank you. We also believe that knowledge sharing is playing the key role in promoting SSTC and in cooperation between partners, so which we achieve also through the collecting of good practices, of cooperation with during the workshops. That's all we use to continue with the knowledge management and information management. And next is to do or not. It's like, philosophical question of Shakespeare, to be or not to be, but in our terms, to do or not to do. So let's check our knowledge. Make the evaluation with consultants who apply north-south approach. Yes or no?
So basically, I'm going to ask again the question. For example, if you're going to do an evaluation, should you use consultants that have only applied north-south approach? Everybody said no.
Exactly. It is up to partners to identify the challenges and the areas of opportunity.
I hear the global yes.
Create communities to facilitate the transfer of information and communication.
We hear some yeses as well.
Good. Call the actors involved partners for development.
We hear yes as well, in case you don't hear.
Very good. The inclusion of the tripartite partners is the utmost importance.
Yes, otherwise you don't pass the test.
A law review during the course of the project.
They also say yes.
Project design should emphasize participatory processes.
Global yes.
Do not consider sensitive cultural contexts.
Global no.
Transform a traditional North-South project into a South-South project.
No, global no as well.
Perfect. Implementation should be a horizontal learning process for all.
You have a mix of yes and no, so yeah.
And we're gonna help a little bit.
Yes.
Have participatory monitoring and evaluation processes.
You have a global, very strong yes.
Exactly. Call the actors involved donors or recipients.
You have also a global no. You have to tell my colleagues in the ILO.
Design the project without consultation with the constituents and other key actors.
Global no.
Disseminate knowledge to a restricted group of stakeholders.
Another global no. Well done.
Amazing.
14
You
out
are
of
perfect
14.
students.
I've never seen
My
these results.
applause.
Come on, big bravo.
Yes, perfect. Okay, that's great. So let's move to ILO, decent work, and South-South and triangle cooperation, and all cooperation between this. Well, SSTC enables the ILO to take the advantage of the experience and knowledge of its constituents in process to answer our main question, how to promote decent work. ILO does it through capacity building, knowledge sharing, partnerships, networking, knowledge platforms, for example. We have a very huge advantage because governments, employers, and workers of the ILO member states make the largest network of expertise in the world of work. This knowledge is essential for the implementation of decent work agenda and Agenda 2030. Here you can see this diagram. Move a little bit. The diagram about the which illustrates that ILO acts as a mediator, agent of systematization and dissemination of knowledge, alliance builder, and analyst of South-South and triangle cooperation. We can do it through different tools like scholarships, study visits, workshops, capacity buildings, and well, now training as you have right there, and I really welcome you all there in Turin. And this helps us achieve the our global goal in promoting decent work for all. We also will, you can see Anita and say hi to her again here on the screen. But we will later with you move, and I will show you after finalizing this model, I will show you South-South meeting point, which we use to, in an interactive workspace, we use to exchange our knowledge and to keep all our good practices in one place and give the people the space to discuss their work in SSTC. So our fourth part of the model is opportunities for employers and workers' organizations. So this can obviously, SSTC can obviously strengthen the position of employers and workers' organization. And on the one hand, social partners from different countries of the Global South can exchange with peers and learn from their many experiences of participation in the elaboration of United Nations Cooperation Framework for Sustainable Development and of Common Country Assessment. And on the other hand, social partners can establish broader and more effective South-South cooperation networks involving all actors mentioned in previous chapters, who advocate for decent work and the 2030 agenda, namely governments, NGOs, international financial institutions, and others. So, as I mentioned, I will stop in the terms of this model, which I again strongly recommend you to pass through because it will be very interesting and in terms of learning process and education. And here I would like to show you our subspace, our web space named South Meeting Point. I also heard someone mention that they speak Russian and the Chinese language so I'm probably can produce for you that we have 6 different languages in this subspace. You can find here our main information from our x.com, highlights and publications from ILO partnerships and ISPO in concrete, our academy in collaboration with the ITC, ILO YouTube channel, and subspaces thematic, where you can find different interesting for you probably topics, including, for example, social solidarity economy, informal economy, and
there's a rural development, maybe, yeah.
Yes, this exactly this e-course I mentioned, and we have a glance with you. You can find here also on this page. With this, I will wrap up and give floor back to Anita.
Maybe,
thank you very much.
Nancy, if you can, maybe just show the rural development page. It's the...
Sure. Yes, we also have, of course, I forgot to mention, sorry, but we also have rural development and sustainable tourism. So this is your good practices collected here. And we, of course, will update with videos from this webinar and from this workshop and the previous webinars. And also there is new, fresh renewed materials from our previous years. So thank you, and
thank
Anita,
you very much.
Thank
you, Anastasia Pavlova.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking us through all the materials that exist in the ILO on South-South cooperation, everything that is being done. We will make sure that you have access to that course. We'll make sure you have access to the South-South learning points, that is. Yeah. Thank you. And let us then continue. And we will continue with what is called a fishbowl exercise. And we are going to break up the group in English at the one hand and French and Spanish at the other hand. The purpose of the exercise we're going to do now is to give those who have prepared a South-South experience to briefly present their experience and their paper, yeah? And altogether, I think there are 22 of you who have presented a South-South paper, yeah? A paper on a South-South experience. So, we have half an hour for that exercise, and it's going to work as follows. I am going to take the English speakers with me to another room there, and we're going to do our fishbowl exercise there. The French and the Spanish speakers will be invited in a second to take their chair and to come to this side of the room and to create a fishbowl here, yeah? Not yet. A fishbowl works as follows. You know, a fishbowl is a bowl with fish, right? Yeah? So in this case, you have in the room, you have the bowl, a circle, a big circle, and you have the fish in the middle. And the fish are the only ones who are speaking. Yeah? So we're going to have the speakers in the middle, and those who would like to start telling a little bit about their South-South paper, they can straight away volunteer to be the fish. They sit in the middle and they present. And then as we go, others who have presented their South-South experiences can also join and become the fish and speak. If you are sitting in the bowl, you are not allowed to speak, But if you are sitting in that bowl and you want to speak, you just tap somebody on the shoulder, a fish, and then you take his or her chair. I will explain that again when we are there. That is easier. Anita will explain it again when we are here. Yeah? But that is just a half-hour exercise to give you access to all that work that was done by you, by the South-South scholars, on those papers. Yeah? So that is going to be an exercise until 3:30. At 3:30, according to the agenda, we're going to take a coffee break at the bar. And then at 4 p.m., we are inviting all of you to come to the Knowledge Fair, which is yet in another building. After this week, you're going to know our whole campus, yeah? And the Knowledge Fair is in the Europe building. But don't worry, at 4 p.m., we will be coming to the coffee bar and we will be taking you to the Knowledge Fair, yeah? Chandni and Beatrice will be making sure that those who are presenting at the Knowledge Fair know what to prepare and how to prepare, yeah? So she will be looking after that. Is that all clear?
That's all clear.
Yeah? Okay. So, English speakers, take your coats, because it's cold outside, and come with me right to the opposite. English speakers who also speak French, you are invited to stay. Ha! French and Spanish speakers, take your chair and come to this part of the room.
Bueno, let's start. Tessere Ouedraogo, est-ce que vous pouvez venir? María José Malo, por favor. Ellos, ¿los traductores quedan con nosotros o cómo funciona? Zahra y Fátima Laksha. Fátima. Fátima. ¿Estás acá? C'est vous? Non? Il n'est pas venu? Ah, ok. Il n'est pas venu. Justin Birembe Manzekele. Come. Vous parlez français aussi, non? Oui, parfait. Ne fouillez pas, n'avez pas peur. Attendez. Sí. ¿No hay traducción? Ah, ¿cómo vamos a hacer? ¿Dónde está Cristiana? ¿Cristiana? Eso va a ser complicado porque los franceses no hablan español y viceversa. Necesitamos traducción. Ok. ¿Tenemos traducción?
Anita, they are making thumbs up.
Ah, ok, great. Tenemos traducción, perfecto. Entonces, deben hablar solo francés o español, ¿ok? Creo que está faltando un poco de gente acá porque había más algunos. La colega de Camerún. Sí, viene. Alors, viene. María José, viene. Ok, voy a explicar más una vez las reglas y tenemos solo 30 minutos. Vamos a empezar nosotros en este micro fishbowl, porque creo que están faltando. ¿Alguien más ha escrito una práctica que está afuera? ¿Alguien ha escrito una buena práctica? ¿Quién? ¿Has escrito? ¿Quién? ¿Tú? ¿Has escrito? Sí, entonces vienes para acá, por favor. Con la silla. Entonces voy a explicar. Nosotros al centro vamos a tener un pequeño debate sobre las prácticas de ustedes. Para que si alguien que está fuera, no es que están excluidos, tienen que hacer así. No, aún no. Y el colega va a salir y usted va a entrar, ¿ok? Entonces, la idea es que todos vengan un minutico a hablar, no tenemos mucho tiempo, somos 30, eso es más o menos un par de minutos cada uno. Pero vamos a empezar. Entonces, quizás empezar por ti, por sus buenas prácticas. Explica un poco por qué es Sur-Sur, cuál es el impacto en la región, qué se puede hacer diferente. Vamos a empezar por ti. Diles tu nombre también, por si acaso.
Ok, hola a todos. Mi nombre es Iván Centeno. Vengo de Panamá. Tengo un emprendimiento social que se titula Iniciativa Panamá sin Pobreza. La iniciativa, uno de sus componentes tiene que ver con desarrollo rural, básicamente generación masiva de empleos en todos los sectores y actores que tienen que ver con este tema. Entonces, una de las innovaciones que tiene esto es que para que podamos aumentar la producción y la productividad de los agricultores, de los agroindustriales pequeños, de lo del turismo, es tener un mercado estable, con precios estables, ¿verdad? Un mercado seguro con precios estables. Entonces, la idea es crear una red masiva de consumo solidaria en la población, y esta red va a beneficiar solamente productos de pequeños productores de subsistencia o productores pobres. Van a adquirir estos productos de manera permanente a un mejor precio que lo consiguen en el mercado, pero ese precio le da al productor un precio estable que puede tener su costo de producción, pero a la vez también tener una ganancia razonable para que ellos puedan pasar su línea de pobreza.
Una pregunta, porque es una buena práctica sur-sur que has dicho que tiene cooperación de El Salvador, Honduras, Haití, Uruguay y España. Entonces me gustaría saber cómo fue esta cooperación con los otros países, más allá de Panamá.
La idea era que países emergentes, háblese tal vez Panamá, El Salvador, pudieran conectar con Uruguay, acá para esta parte de Uruguay que va arriba o tiene menos pobreza, y entonces incluir a Haití, Haití y Honduras, que son los países más pobres. Entonces, viendo las estrategias o las realidades, las buenas prácticas o lo que han hecho estos países, los emergentes, poder colaborar con estos otros países que van bajos, pues, que no han levantado o bajado su nivel de pobreza en sus áreas.
Muchas gracias. Justin Manzekele, también, je peux changer aussi maintenant en français. Vous avez aussi une bonne pratique qui est beaucoup de pays, n'est-ce pas? Et on aimerait bien savoir comment se passe cette coopération sud-sud. Et peut-être vous pouvez présenter un petit peu quels sont les bénéfices de travailler entre plusieurs pays, expliquer comment vous travaillez.
Moi, c'est Justin Mirembe. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo. Je suis un entrepreneur agricole. J'interviens comme formateur dans les coopératives agricoles, mais aussi dans des groupes de jeunes à milieu rural. Alors, parlant de la coopération sud-sud dont j'avais fait allusion, notamment c'est la technologie pour l'élimination de la faim ou la technologie dans un monde sans faim. L'utilisation de la technologie pour faciliter un monde de demain sans faim. Donc s'il faut expliquer, je dirais, s'il faut être explicite. Alors, pour notre coopération qui implique 6 pays, 6 pays francophones, dont je dirais 6 pays de l'Afrique francophone. Donc 5 pays de l'Afrique francophone parce qu'il y a le Haïti qui s'ajoute, qui devient le 6e pays. Dans notre pratique sud-sud, cela est basé surtout sur l'échange d'expériences. Étant donné que tous les pays n'ont pas les mêmes expériences dans la technologie, dans l'utilisation de la technologie, c'est ainsi qu'on devrait avoir une plateforme, une coopération entre des pays qui sont en avance et des pays qui n'ont jamais utilisé la technologie en agriculture. Par exemple, la RDC, c'est un pays où la technologie agricole elle est encore nouvelle. Mais pour les autres pays comme le Mali, et ils sont déjà en avance parce que c'est une pratique où les ONG les ont accompagnés il y a longtemps, mais pour la RDC, c'est jamais arrivé. Alors, pour nous, par exemple, à l'est de l'Afrique, nous avons comme modèle à suivre l'Ouganda. L'Ouganda qui n'est pas inclus dans le projet, mais quand même qui est là comme modèle à suivre, parce que nous avons facilité à atteindre l'Ouganda. C'est comme ceux qui sont vers le sud du pays, ils ont le modèle du Zimbabwe, où il y a utilisation de la technologie. Alors cette technologie sert à quoi? C'est avoir des applications mobiles, des applications téléphoniques, mais aussi pour ceux qui n'ont pas d'application téléphonique, ils peuvent utiliser le code SSD ici, qu'ils peuvent saisir avec leur téléphone à touche, et ils vont recevoir des messages sous forme d'informations selon les besoins qui ont été présentés. Et pour les applications, donc ça veut dire que si tu as besoin de la météo, s'il y a une maladie qui s'est présentée dans ton champ, tu auras à prendre une photo et puis tu la vois sur la plateforme et après il y aura un conseiller qui va te donner un peu les orientations. La même chose sur le calendrier culturel. Actuellement, d'habitude, dans la plupart des pays, il n'y a plus vraiment, avec les changements climatiques, il n'y a plus ces calendriers-là que nous avions datant. Parce que c'est un calendrier qui dépendait des saisons pluvieuses, des saisons sèches, mais tout est déjà perturbé. Alors, dans cette coopération, nous avons facile à avoir qu'est-ce qui est fait au Mali, qu'est-ce qui est fait à Côte d'Ivoire, qu'est-ce qui est fait à Haïti pour répondre à de tels défis climatiques. Alors, c'est en bref ce que nous faisons dans la coopération Sud-Sud.
Très, très bien. Et si je comprends bien, il y a un soutien du gouvernement allemand, le BMZ, n'est-ce pas? Ce qui fait un peu triangulaire. Donc, c'est un très, très bon exemple et ça illustre ce qu'on a fait ce matin. Je pense que Armel Yassant Domba, c'est toi, n'est-ce pas? Et une coopération entre Cameroun, Ghana et Nigeria. Et comme vous parlez français, vous êtes bienvenue dans ce groupe. Vous pouvez expliquer.
Merci, bonjour à tout le monde. Dans le cadre de mon document partagé, je suis à Saint-Armel Dumba, je viens du Cameroun. Je travaille pour le Centre d'initiative pour le développement durable, une organisation qui fait dans l'autonomisation des différents groupes, l'autonomisation de la femme, les formations et puis la promotion de l'aspect genre, ainsi que de sécurité alimentaire. Donc, concernant les bonnes pratiques dans le cadre des activités que nous menons, ici, la particularité, c'est que nous renforçons les capacités des différents groupes, que ce soit dans les créations des différentes coopératives, les mises en commun des différentes actions, et puis également les renforcements des capacités de ces différents bénéficiaires, de ces différentes coopératives, afin de les rendre plus pérennes et plus également durables. Et vu que le Ghana est un pays également très développé et qui a un peu de plus dans le cadre de l'agriculture paysanne, nous avons donc directement pensé qu'il était mieux de pouvoir collaborer et de travailler avec eux. Et vu que, bon, c'est vrai que les différences sous-régionales, vu qu'ils sont en Afrique de l'Est, le Cameroun, c'est en Afrique centrale. Mais nous avons pensé que c'était également une façon de donner de la valeur à nos différents bénéficiaires qui sont formés. Parce que l'innovation, c'est celle de mettre sur pied une coopérative mixte contenant les réfugiés, les populations locales, ainsi que les personnes déplacées internes qui sont victimes des guerres dans le nord-ouest et le sud-ouest du Cameroun. Donc, il était question de pouvoir les renforcer, les mettre ensemble afin de promouvoir l'inclusion et puis de pouvoir mener des actions vraiment durables. Donc, le partage d'expériences avec les différentes coopératives, que ce soit du Nigeria ou bien du Ghana également, sont des points forts parce que ça permet de pouvoir donner de l'espoir et également un moyen de rendre durables ou bien pérennes les différentes actions. Parce que les réfugiés centrafricains qui, à la fin, ou bien qui, après les collectes des informations, qui aspirent à rentrer, à retourner chez eux, sont ceux-là qui vont aller représenter encore la coopérative de l'autre côté, donc créer d'autres branches, de nouvelles branches, afin que l'entreprise ne puisse pas, ou bien le bénéficiaire, ou bien un membre de la coopérative ne puisse pas être lésé lors de son déplacement.
C'est un excellent exemple de coopération sud-sud au niveau des coopératives. Bravo. Et Burkina Faso-Niger, c'est vous, Tessere Ouedraogo? Oui, donc ça c'est aussi un autre exemple très intéressant. Et on va écouter, c'est sur la fertilisation des sols, donc ça nous intéresse, votre expérience.
Bonjour, je me nomme Drago Tessere de Burkina. Au fait, mon expérience, c'est surtout basée sur réduire l'insécurité alimentaire à travers la promotion de la résilience naturelle assistée. Ça, c'est une nouvelle pratique qui se trouve dans les 3 pays. Il y a le Sénégal, le Niger, voilà, et le Burkina Faso. Voilà, au niveau du Burkina, il y a plusieurs ONG qui travaillent ensemble pour promouvoir cette bonne pratique. Voilà, donc c'est l'initiative du Réveiller le Sahel, qui est un programme très vaste, voilà, financé par les Pays-Bas. Voilà, donc c'est un programme qu'au début on avait, d'une durée de 3 ans. Voilà, donc pour voir quelle sera en tout cas en fait la plus-value de cette bonne pratique. Maintenant, actuellement, on sent que après 3 ans, on a constaté que dans les zones rurales, surtout les zones rurales, que la majeure partie des femmes aussi pratiquent la nouvelle chose, pratiquent la RNA, qui est la régénération naturelle assistée, les permettent d'avoir du revenu. Parce qu'à l'issue des produits issus de la RNA, parce que souvent, il y a vente de bois, il y a aussi les produits forestiers non liés que les femmes utilisent pour améliorer les revenus, les conditions de vie, les permettant même de soutenir les enfants à l'école. Voilà, donc c'est bonne pratique. Maintenant, pour ajouter que pour cette pratique, il y a la mise en place dans sa commune des comités. Dans sa commune, il y a des comités de surveillance. Voilà, donc dont les membres sont, il y a des hommes, il y a des femmes, il y a des hommes pour surveiller, pour que les gens ne coupent pas en fait les arbres. Voilà, c'est une pratique quand même qui permet de fertiliser les sols à longue durée, ce qui va permettre d'augmenter la production. Voilà. Merci.
Voy a cambiar al español, entonces, por ceux que no hablan español, pueden poner los micrófonos. Más un ejemplo excelente de cooperación sur-sur, triangular, porque hay fondos de Holanda, ¿no? Entonces hay el aspecto de triangular. Ahora voy a pasar la palabra a una gran amiga, María José Malo, que también es profe acá de los cursos y una facilitadora, pero hemos hecho muchos cursos de turismo rural sostenible y que han siempre tenido becas sur-sur. Está saliendo ya uno, tiene que alguien, sí, es bueno porque sería importante que alguien lo venga a sustituir. Sí, viene. ¿Quién quiere? Sí. Normalmente hay que poner así, pero es aún mejor sin ninguna violencia. Sí, entonces volviendo, es bueno para el equilibrio de género también. Entonces María José Malo, que es una gran amiga, quizás hablar un poco de esa experiencia de esos cursos, no eran academias, fueron cursos, ¿no? De turismo rural sostenible, el enfoque sur-sur.
Gracias, Anita. Sí, no es exactamente una práctica de cooperación sur-sur, porque nosotros aquí lo que ofrecemos son formaciones, pero sí comentarles que desde hace muchos años ya, cuando esto empezaba, cuando la cooperación sur-sur no era tan conocida, pues empezamos a introducir este componente en los cursos de formación, en las academias de economía social, en los cursos de turismo sostenible en áreas rurales, en varios temas. Y fue un poco con la intención de poner en la agenda de las personas que venían aquí esta posibilidad de cooperación más transversal, más horizontal, entre países del sur, que no es un sur tanto geográfico como un sur económico, ¿no? Y muy interesantes las experiencias. Nosotros hemos trabajado mucho con el nivel local, ¿no? Que a veces no tiene acceso a los grandes planes de cooperación, a los donantes o socios de desarrollo, y sin embargo en la cooperación sur-sur encuentran una herramienta mucho más accesible, porque tengan en cuenta que yo uno de los valores que veo en esto, y lo han comentado los colegas, es que a veces no se intercambia dinero, se intercambian saberes, se intercambian tecnologías, se intercambian recursos, prácticas, y esto lo tenemos todos y es muy valioso, y en la cooperación sur-sur tiene un papel fundamental, tanto como los fondos en sí mismos. Entonces, sí, con Anita hemos trabajado en esto muchos años. Hay una compilación de prácticas en varios temas, por ejemplo, en el que ella alude del turismo sostenible en áreas rurales. Hay muchas cosas también. cadenas de suministro, cadenas cortas y, por ejemplo, una cosa curiosa, trabajando en Latinoamérica en tema de turismo, hay una ruta, la ruta del Inca, ¿no? El Capañán, que es transnacional y nuestros participantes se han conocido aquí trabajando en temas de promoción de comunidades locales en esta ruta, en la misma ruta sin conocerse, y a partir de aquí se han formado redes que después han podido hacer juntos también una planificación de la ruta en su totalidad. Entonces, gracias, Anita. Y yo les invito a los demás, por favor, a quitarnos aquí del medio, cambiar los peces y entrar a contar sus experiencias.
Solo no me cambian a mí porque estoy moderando. Pero no sean tímidos, ¿eh? Hay que votar a esta gente toda. No, estoy de broma. Entonces ahora vamos a continuar con las mujeres. Gracias, María José, esas experiencias muy interesantes. Creo que podemos escribir varios libros, porque solo las buenas prácticas de ustedes son 70 páginas de este curso. Imagina todas las prácticas que hemos hecho, debe ser unas 500 páginas mínimo, sin contar carteles, pósters, videos. Entonces hay mucha experiencia muy interesante. Y les invito a mirar ese espacio, southpoint.net, porque ahí hay una página de Facebook, una y tal, y pueden quedar amigos forever. No, pueden mantener esos contactos. Como dijo María José, hay trabajo que se hace muy serio hacia hoy día. Fue la diversión de compartir fotos, que de verdad empezó acá en un grupito así de fishbowl. Entonces, primero, Erika, ¿no? Entonces, quizás puedes contar tu experiencia. Puede ser nacional, pero si tiene un enfoque sur-sur, aún mejor.
Buenas tardes para todos. Mi nombre es Erika Almario Alvarado. Estoy en representación de la gobernación. Mi país se divide por regiones o departamentos y yo vengo del departamento del Huila. Orgullosamente tengo que decir que somos conocidos a nivel internacional y nacional por, a ver, ¿cuál es el producto insignia de Colombia? ¿Qué me puede decir? Eso ahí, muy bien, el café. Y estamos muy orgullosos de contar en esta academia que venimos en representación o para contar la experiencia de un proyecto maravilloso en la cadena de suministro del café en el departamento del Huila. Pero como trabajo en la gobernación, tengo también que contarles que tal vez en el gobierno en Colombia no era como un impacto muy grande el tema de cooperación internacional. Y tenemos que decir que en el gobierno del Huila Crece, que así se denomina el plan de desarrollo de nuestro departamento, tuvimos un impacto por unos recursos gestionados a nivel internacional y hablábamos de las rutas, de estos programas de turismo. Allá tenemos algo que nos representa, que se llama la Ruta Mágica del Café. Es una zona donde se ha marcado como unos puntos turísticos para que nuestros visitantes tengan una experiencia en torno al turismo ecológico, responsable con el medio ambiente y nuestro producto insignia, que es el café. Pero para enmarcarlo en los proyectos Sur-Sur, tenemos que decir que Italia, a través del IILA, ha destinado una suma representativa para poder costear todo este proyecto y embellecer las fincas y toda la cooperación para que sea un éxito. También quería decirles que, como tú lo decías, no está de pronto enmarcado en los proyectos Sur-Sur, porque esta mañana lo explicaste muy bien, que el proyecto de la implementación de las mesas ejecutivas en el acuerdo sectorial de competitividad, que es lo que queremos presentar en la feria y que la doctora Paola Campuzano les va a contar después en su intervención en el curso, ¿cómo se llama? Sí, no, pero es selectivo, en el curso electivo el jueves. Es un modelo netamente de Colombia, pero yo pienso que este es el escenario para poder tener socios para el desarrollo y poderles contar que este modelo se puede replicar no solamente en el café, sino en las diferentes cadenas. Identificamos unas necesidades, sobre todo en el tema de articulación, de la falta de presencia del gobierno y demás instituciones, para que todos los actores de la cadena pudiesen organizarse, y en el Huila lo llamamos el Comité Regional de la Cadena. Allí están todos con la posibilidad de aportar y articular, pero el plus de este proyecto es que uno de los objetivos, sino el principal, es la construcción del trabajo decente. Y todo este tema que abarca la informalidad, tanto en el sector rural, casi que a nivel mundial, pero que en el café, siendo el producto insignia representativo de Colombia, pues también tenemos estas necesidades y estas falencias. Así que los invito el viernes, vamos a estar allí en la feria exponiendo todo esto y por supuesto a que elijan el curso electivo de la doctora Paola. Gracias.
Gracias. Antes de pasar la palabra a Laura, solo decir que quizás podemos hacer sur-sur Brasil-Colombia, porque Brasil también en el café no es muy... No, yo creo que hay cooperación entre cooperativas brasileñas y colombianas, eso sí hay. Entonces, su experiencia puede ser también interesante para otros países de América Latina, pero también África y también Asia. Entonces, no replicar, pero adaptar, ¿no? Laura.
Bueno, hola, muy buenas tardes. Soy Laura Salas. Mi rol dentro de la Federación Nacional de Cafeteros de Colombia tiene que ver con el área de desarrollo social. La Federación Nacional de Cafeteros de Colombia es la ONG más grande del mundo. Es una organización no gubernamental que vela por el bienestar integral de los cafeteros. Dentro de, digamos, todo ese bienestar que tiene la federación, pues está la asistencia técnica del cultivo del café por medio de ingenieros agrónomos que les enseñan las buenas prácticas para el cultivo en armonía con el medio ambiente y pues con que sea equilibrado los costos ganancias del cultivo. Pero también es muy... Dentro del trabajo que tiene la federación, pues también hay una línea de comercialización. No sé si ustedes han escuchado la marca Juan Valdés, que es el representante a nivel federación y de Colombia del café en el exterior, del café colombiano, y también de la línea en donde yo trabajo, que es desarrollo rural. Prácticamente yo trabajo lo que es la educación, protección social, que viene aquí. Entonces la cooperación que tenemos en este momento con la OIT sobre trabajo decente, en esa sensibilización, en esa importancia de que el caficultor entienda las garantías laborales que debe tener y pues que además la importancia que se debe tener en los pisos de protección, la protección social. Entonces estamos trabajando en conjunto. La doctora Paola Campuzano llegó al Huila porque el Huila es el primer productor de café en Colombia, pero también nos diferencia que es el primer productor y el primero en calidad. Entonces le estamos apostando a darle ese valor agregado al grano del café, pero también con un sentido social, ¿no? Para que los caficultores pues puedan tener sus derechos laborales, pero también pues sus derechos humanos, ¿no? Que el trabajo se humanice. Entonces, la federación vive en constante cooperación. En realidad, pues tenemos muchos proyectos con la ONU, FAO, pues queremos trabajar con la OIT, GIZ, la BATSA también tiene sus aportes. En el Huila conozco que le dan compran café de mujer, café diferencial, y les dan sus aportes. Entonces, digamos que es un organismo muy completo que tiene sus líneas de trabajo y que con la OIT hemos trabajado eso, la sensibilización para la formalización laboral, y no solamente se está replicando en el Huila, sino que ya hay una cooperación frágil, porque ya se está replicando en otros departamentos. Estamos hablando también de la formalización, ¿cómo es que se llama? La certificación norma competencia laboral con articulación al SENA, que es el Servicio Nacional de Aprendizaje, para cualificar ese conocimiento de los recolectores. para darles, digamos, la certificación del trabajo que hacen día a día ellos. Y pues también no solamente cualificar por un ingreso, sino darle dignidad a esa labor que ellos realizan. Acá pues tenemos a Joni, que Joni es una productora, recolectora, mujer, que es una mujer que vive en el primer municipio productor de café a nivel Colombia, que es Pitalito, que Pitalito está en el Huila y que poco a poco hemos venido trabajando y capacitando a los productores recolectores. Entonces, esta es la experiencia.
Gracias. Creo que son 3:30. Vamos a aplaudir a todos los pescados. Pero si hay alguien que quiere aún llegar al medio, también puede decir alguna cosa si quisiera. Había una buena práctica Tunisia, Comoros. No sé si está acá la persona que escribió. Ok. Entonces, por favor, antes de terminar, porque creo que es importante escuchar todas las buenas prácticas.
Ok, merci. Donc, notre expérience en Tunisie en termes de coopération sud-sud est en relation avec la gestion des déchets. C'est une thématique qui est un peu transversale puisque toute activité économique, elle va produire un peu en quelque sorte des déchets. Et c'est un problème qui commence à devenir quelque chose d'actualité puisque à travers les déchets, on peut garantir un écosystème, un environnement qui est sain, mais en même temps aussi, on peut générer des bénéfices économiques. Et donc, l'intérêt qu'on a accordé à cette thématique a fait qu'on a cherché une coopération qui s'est élaborée avec les îles Comores. Et la spécificité de cette coopération, c'est qu'au niveau des îles et dans les zones insulaires, il y a une spécificité, c'est qu'ils ont un savoir-faire de gestion des déchets. Et on sait qu'en Tunisie, on a pas mal d'îles. On a des îles qui sont habitées. Et donc, cette problématique, elle se trouve semblable avec la situation aux îles Comores. Donc, c'est une coopération qui vise un peu à échanger les expériences entre les deux pays et en même temps à essayer d'assurer une inclusion de cette activité dans l'économie. Parce qu'en milieu rural, on sait que toute activité agricole, elle va générer pas mal de types de déchets qui varient entre les déchets qui sont recyclables pour donner des composts ou pour donner de l'énergie, pour donner de la bioénergie. Et aussi, il y a des déchets qui sont générés par les systèmes d'irrigation et tout ça, et les produits en plastique, que si on ne prend pas les mesures nécessaires pour recycler ce type de déchets au milieu rural, ça peut affecter en quelque sorte la production, ça peut affecter la fertilité des sols et tout ça. Donc c'est quelque chose de très transversal et chaque secteur d'activité, il peut approcher cette thématique de la manière la plus convenable. Et donc on a essayé un peu de donner la latitude à tous les partenaires, chacun à sa manière d'approcher cette thématique et de générer des solutions et de générer des profits à travers cette utilisation ou bien cette réutilisation de ces déchets et transformer cette problématique en solution et en source de développement, en quelque sorte, et surtout en milieu rural. Voilà un résumé.
Merci beaucoup. Encore une très bonne pratique et très concrètement sud-sud, Tunisie, Comores. Et intéressant aussi parce qu'il y a une question des îles. C'est pas la question de Tunisie, mais peut-être ça vous fait comprendre aussi toute la problématique des seeds, non, comme on dit, et les soutiens des deux pays. Je pense que c'est très intéressant. Après, je pense que Paula, elle voulait continuer peut-être à parler sur le café en Colombie ou c'est... Ok, non. Ce qui serait intéressant, si c'est à peu près le même projet ou un petit peu différent, c'est penser la dynamique sur-sur, non? La dynamique sur sud-sud.
Sí.
poco para que no hablemos solamente de café. En Colombia no solamente producimos café, por supuesto. Me excuso porque mi voz está un poco trastocada por la gripa, pero bueno. Voy a empezar haciendo un par de preguntas para todos los que están por fuera de esta pecera. Y es, ¿en cuántos de sus países no tienen problemas con los temas de formalización, no? Ok, no pueden participar. Pero bueno, sí quisiera un poco. Ok, sí. Muy bien. No, simplemente quería abordarlo desde el enfoque de cuáles son las problemáticas más comunes en la ruralidad, y sabemos que una de esas es precisamente los temas de formalización. Pues bien, en nuestro país, Colombia es el cuarto productor de aceite de palma en el mundo, y una de las cadenas de suministro que evidentemente todavía tiene unas brechas muy importantes en materia de formalización es Colombia. Esto significa que se ha desarrollado un enfoque muy interesante en el caso colombiano, y es una metodología que se denomina como el Plan Padrino, que lo que busca realmente es recomprender cuáles son esas necesidades de los pequeños y medianos productores palmeros alrededor de sus necesidades en materia de tecnología, en materia de formación. Hay un profundo desconocimiento también sobre cuál es la forma más práctica de cumplir las normas laborales en materia de formalización laboral. Pues bien, se ha diseñado todo un componente de acompañamiento a esos pequeños y medianos productores para mejorar su comprensión y esos desafíos que tienen en materia de formalización. Desde OIT hemos estado haciendo un proceso de acompañamiento técnico. Yo trabajo con la OIT en Colombia, y este proceso de acompañamiento ha permitido que otros países estén interesando. Actualmente tenemos una primera financiación para nosotros en nuestra región. Es histórico que el sector empresarial, en este caso es Cargill, que es una multinacional, es el principal comprador de aceite de palma del mundo, está dando recursos precisamente a la implementación de esta estrategia que busca de alguna manera generar ese componente, ¿no?, de hacer este tipo de iniciativas que salgan de Colombia y se puedan, digamos, compartir en otros países. Exactamente no es una cooperación sur-sur, pero sí busca que de alguna manera se estén reinventando algunas estrategias o iniciativas que favorezcan los procesos de formalización, donde todavía hay desafíos, como en el caso de América, como es Honduras, por supuesto Guatemala, que tienen todavía desafíos importantes, no solo en formalización laboral, sino también el componente de seguridad y salud en el trabajo. Gracias.
Gracias. Es muy interesante porque no sé si usted conoce Leandro Moraes, que es un profesor de Brasil que trabaja mucho con economía social y solidaria, y uno de los temas que él trabaja es el aceite de palma y cooperación entre Brasil e Indonesia. Entonces ahí podemos añadir Colombia y hacer ya una cooperación sur-sur, muy buena, interregional, que eso lo habíamos aprendido hoy. Entonces, creo que tenemos que ir al café, pero antes de eso voy a pedir un minuto de cada uno que está acá, o 30 segundos, una recomendación de acción que pueden hacer basado en la práctica que ustedes tienen. Para todos acá, ¿cuál sería la recomendación de acción para más sur-sur aún? Justin.
Así en caliente. 30 segundos.
Pour avoir plus de collaboration, mais si vous pouvez poser la question encore en français,
oui,
ça serait mieux.
Alors, j'appelle ça en anglais recommendation for action. Donc, c'est un mot qu'on invente. Recommandation pour action. Donc, une recommandation pour action. Quelle serait une recommandation pour l'action de ceux qui viennent ici, basée sur votre pratique, par exemple, pour qu'elle soit plus connue, plus de visibilité, accroître ses réseaux, si vous avez une recommandation?
La recommandation que je peux avoir, c'est, étant donné que c'est l'OIT qui nous a réunis ici, je crois que l'OIT peut jouer aussi des leads de ces idées. Donc, voir comment mettre en relation tous ceux qui ont des idées SID qui sont solides. Par exemple, je vais m'excuser, je suis un peu allumé. Par exemple, ceux de la Colombie, il n'y a pas que la Colombie qui produit le café, mais la Colombie est leader du monde du café. Donc, ça veut dire que l'expérience qu'a la Colombie peut être partagée même au Congo, parce qu'il y a aussi des producteurs de café là-bas. L'expérience qu'a la Colombie sur la production de l'huile de palme peut être partagée au Congo, parce qu'au Congo, nous avons le climat tropical, le climat propice pour la production de l'huile de palme. Mais comment alors unir les Colombiens avec les Congolais? C'est là où je disais que si l'OIT pouvait jouer de pont juste pour ce partage d'idées, parce que comme nous l'avons souligné, souvent quand c'est une coopération sud-sud, c'est un échange d'expériences, parce qu'il n'y a pas souvent de donations de fonds, mais ce sont ceux du Nord qui sont porteurs de fonds, je dirais ça. Mais au Sud, nous avons besoin surtout de la connaissance et de l'information.
Merci. Mais ça, c'est une recommandation pour l'OIT. Pourquoi pas? On va continuer à faire des académies rurales. Je veux aussi la recommandation pour vous-même aussi. Qu'est-ce que vous pouvez faire demain chez vous pour augmenter? Ivan, una recomendación para acción.
Bueno, mi recomendación sería democratizar las ayudas y visibilizar desde la base, porque siempre se quedan en asociaciones, en organizaciones que pensamos que abarcan a todos y no es así. Hay gente de abajo, pequeños productores o agroindustriales de subsistencia, personas que tienen productos turísticos a pequeña escala que no son visibilizados. Entonces, democraticemos las ayudas, las intervenciones y la cooperación. Y si hablamos de café, allí podemos promover algo de café geisha panameño.
Pues yo digo que en una cooperación hay que recibir y hay que dar. Entonces, que sean también proactivos, que escriban buenas propuestas, que tengan claro lo que necesitan y también pongan en valor lo que pueden ofrecer. No solamente lo que necesitan, esos recursos, ese patrimonio natural que tienen, esos productos, esas competencias, esos saberes, ¿no?, locales también, y tengan claro que eso tiene mucho valor también en una cooperación. Entonces, eso, buenas propuestas y saber qué quiero, qué necesito y qué puedo ofrecer yo también.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Moussa Soumaré, je viens du Sénégal. Je travaille dans une agence d'État, l'ADPME, une agence d'exécution des projets et programmes de l'État. Tout ce qui a été dit jusqu'à présent, je trouve ça vraiment intéressant. Surtout, il y a notre sœur là qui vient de parler de formalisation. C'est le problème majeur des entreprises de chez nous, de l'Afrique en particulier. Parce que quand on parle en général, quand on parle de formalisation, le chef d'entreprise, qu'est-ce qu'il a dans la tête? C'est d'avoir un registre de commerce et un INEA. Alors que la formalisation, ça dépasse ça. La formalisation, il y en a certaines, quand on veut être bénéficiaire de certains avantages, de certains programmes ou projets, donc il y a un niveau de formalisation qu'il faut atteindre. Donc chez nous, ça fait maintenant plus de 2 ans ou 3 ans, on a essayé de signer des conventions avec le Mali, la Mauritanie, le Sénégal, la Gambie et les 2 Guinées. Bien sûr, sur l'accompagnement de la coopération allemande, la GIZ. Donc le projet sert à quoi? Le projet sert à mieux formaliser les entreprises et aussi à avoir accès au financement. Maintenant, surtout, il y a 2 secteurs qui sont là-bas, des secteurs tellement importants, tellement dynamiques, c'est-à-dire c'est l'élevage et l'agriculture. C'est les secteurs dominants dans ces deux régions. Donc à travers cette coopération, donc, nous parvenons vraiment à relever un peu le défi. Et puis, après ça, on a aussi un autre programme qu'on appelle ETHER, c'est juste l'adoption technologique, comme nous le savons depuis après le Covid. Ensuite, la guerre en Ukraine, donc on avait eu de sérieux problèmes pour le déplacement, pour exporter nos produits. Donc maintenant, avec le programme ETHER, donc ça parle, je rejoins mon frère, ça parle de la digitalisation des entreprises. Donc, comment faire pour formaliser les entreprises à distance? Comment faire pour faire la commercialisation à distance? Donc, c'est des trucs phares qu'on est en train de faire actuellement. Merci.
Oui, donc je pense en termes de recommandations, c'est qu'il faut développer des mécanismes pour permettre cet échange directement sud-sud. Il faut pas attendre à ce qu'il y ait des intermédiaires pour mener ces relations-là. Et c'est un travail qui nécessite vraiment beaucoup de monitoring sur le plan décideur au niveau de ces pays-là. Donc, il faut que ça soit un peu automatisé. Donc, il ne faut pas s'attendre à ce que quelqu'un qui vient pour relier les gens. Bon, voilà, c'est ma recommandation.
Voy a tocar un tema que sí es bien importante para Sudamérica y es una cooperación. ¿Un minuto? Bueno, yo soy colombiano, Ricardo Venegas. No voy a hablar de café ni eso, pero sí un tema bien fundamental que es una cooperación que se está gestando por una de las cosas más importantes para el cambio climático y para el planeta, y es como entre Colombia, Brasil y Ecuador, con apoyo de varias naciones, estamos protegiendo y no dejando expandir la frontera agrícola para salvar la Amazonía del planeta. Entonces, una cooperación de entre estados patrocinado por otros países que también tienen importancia para la protección del planeta, repito, y del continente sudamericano. Muchas gracias.
Excelente. ¿Y la última recomendación antes del café?
Je parle français. OK. Bien, en termes de recommandations, je pense que nous devons avoir des actions pérennes, des actions qui pourraient pérenniser cette activité que nous venons de mener dans le domaine de l'académie de développement rural. Et maintenant, nous, les différents acteurs, ceux qui ont eu à participer, il faudrait qu'au retour, si possible, qu'on puisse maximiser et puis faire un plan d'action de mise en œuvre ou bien de vulgarisation des bonnes pratiques, que ce soit dans nos communautés localement, que ce soit au niveau régional ou bien sous-régional, que nous pouvons vous soumettre. Et puis, si l'OIT peut également nous appuyer, les différentes organisations qui vont rentrer, afin qu'on puisse réellement voir que ce que nous avons fait ici a donné un produit, durable, même s'il faut mener quelques activités pour 3 ou 4 mois ou 5 mois. À l'issue de ces 5 mois-là, qu'on se rende compte qu'il y a un comité qui fait un suivi, par exemple, et qui se rassure que les différents plans d'action qui ont été montés sont également mis en œuvre et qui pourraient donner naissance à des initiatives encore plus grandes que ce qu'on a vécu ici. Merci.
Alors, big aplausos para todos. Tenemos un poquito menos de tiempo para café, solo 10 minutos, pero es que la conversación estaba muy interesante.
Que recojan todo porque luego vamos a
así,
Europa.
tienen que recoger todo lo que tienen acá, bolsa, todo, y vamos al café y después vamos a Europa. Entonces, salir del sur global. Gracias. Y gracias por las recomendaciones muy concretas. Oui, tú. Oui. Laissez tout. Vous avez d'autres traductions là-bas. Excellent, hein? Excelente. Prefirieron sacrificar.
Colegas, ¿me escuchan, por favor? Hola. Tenemos unos minutos para ir por un café rapidísimo y de ahí nos vamos al pabellón Europa 71. Les voy a acompañar para asegurarme que todos lleguemos a la hora.